Yes, are we gonna show up? There we go. Howdy, my name is Guerric. Tonight we're sampling 1849. Steam willing. It's been a time. Joining me tonight we have Pat,
Hello.
Alan,
Hello.
and Lily. Alan, don't you mess with my treasury.
I was trying to fix it. I moved it by accident.
49 is by Federico Villani, as memory serves, and it's currently put out by All Aboard Games. We've played it a few times before. I don't think we've ever done it correctly, but we've played it a few times before.
We've got close.
Close, yeah. I think we had only one rule wrong last time, so hopefully we can correct that this time. But yeah, let me start talking about the differences for Pat, because this one's going to be a wee bit different. Without Steam, we wouldn't have trains. That's true. That's true. So 49 is an incremental cap game, which it was a pun, Lily. It was a pun. Steam trains.
I don't understand puns.
All right, Drax. So incremental cap games means that the companies do not float at 60%. They float as soon as the president's certificate has been purchased. And in addition to that, they are not capitalized at 60% with 100% of the par price. Instead, they capitalize with each share purchase for the percentage of the share. So if you buy the president's certificate, the company will get 20% into its treasury. And then when you buy 10%, it gets 10 and so on and so on. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a big one. Going along with that, shares start owned by the company, and as such will pay to the company while they remain there. When shares are sold, they will go to the bank pool, at which point they will pay to the bank, meaning they don't pay, basically. It's sort of a flip-flop of the IPO bank pool situation.
Wait, so if they're here, they pay to the company. If they're here, they pay to the bank?
If they're in the bank pool, they pay to the bank. If they're on the company treasury, they pay to the company.
Oh.
Or company charter.
You'll have to explain how they get there, although I'm sure I can guess.
They start on the charter, and then when you purchase them, you can sell them to the bank pool, and that's how they would get there. It's instead of starting in an IPO, they start.
Oh, okay.
To the company.
The company themselves own. Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you, Alan. Other things to talk about. This game has a fixed float order. You can see the companies are lined up over here, or rather their president certs are. That is the order that companies can be floated. We cannot float the Lilibeo until we have floated the AFG, and likewise down the line.
Oh yay, SFA is not the top company.
SFA is not the top company. Unlike our Dot Games playthrough that almost happened.
I actually really like SFA as the fourth company because that means the waterfall actually matters.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What else do we have? Stations are slightly different in this game. They have a fixed price for all three that's paid at the time of floating the company, basically. And then on future operating turns, when you want to place them, it doesn't cost the company any money at that time because you already paid for them back when the company floated. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Other things to mention. This game can allow companies to close if their stock marker reaches the bottom left of the market here. When the company closes, you will forfeit all of its assets to the game, to the bank. You will place it last in company order so that it can be floated again in the future after we get through the line of companies. There's probably also some other detail about it I'm forgetting. It's not the worst, but also not a good thing. So, like, I don't know, maybe try for it, maybe don't.
I mean, it loses everything, right? The tracks are still there, but everything else is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happens to the trains?
I think you give them back to the game, but I could be wrong. Let me sneeze.
Do you like
and then let me
take
check.
them out, or do you put them back in the pool? Like, curious.
Wait, there's.
Let's see. I finished sneezing.
I just realized that it starts with 4 trains.
Well, yeah, we'll talk about that in a second.
16 train? What the frick?
All right.
There's a large H next to that for a reason.
Yes, let's just talk about that right now, actually. These are hex trains, which means that the number is the number of hexes that they can travel through. And that's maybe more accurately counted in hex edges. So if something starts in Terra Nova, it exhausts one of its strength to go onto this adjacent tile, and then another one to go to Piazza Armarina, and then it would max out at, say, Castro Giovanni. That would be 4. That would be 3. Right? That's not right. Did I?
So it could go to,
Count the lines you cross.
Yep.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I'm confusing myself. Otherwise, they work just like trains as we know them. They have a cost. They have a rusted by. There's a train limit. There's various phases, etc., etc. This does lead into the next point, though, that there are 2 types of track in this game, or rather 3, but the third is just a combination of the other 2. There's the normal track that you're familiar with, standard gauge, and then there is narrow gauge track, which is what the dotted lines are. Yeah. Just learning how this game... I think the track tiles are from a different production than the map, which is why the pre-printed narrow gauge looks different from the track tiles.
Lovely.
Anyway, if it's dotted like that, it's narrow gauge. If it's solid, it's solid black. It's single gauge or standard gauge. If it is solid white, it is dual gauge, meaning it's both. And the way it works is narrow gauge is cheaper to lay. It only has to pay a quarter of terrain costs, but it counts. What is it? Double for train distances?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So a 4H train could go, 1, 2, 3, 4, traveling narrow gauge. And this is important because back here at the end are the R6H trains. Those are reverse 6 hexes, I think. They run on narrow gauge at no penalty. Thank you. That's exactly the word I was looking for. At no penalty. But they run on standard gauge as though it were narrow gauge.
Okay.
Is that all making sense?
Yep. So the normal tiles, they're normal. If they're dotted, they are double the movement cost.
Double the movement cost, but a quarter of the terrain cost.
You can buy the first R6H as soon as the first 16 is bought, right?
Correct. And also that's right here as we're.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Wait, I think I missed something for movement. There's movement and terrain costs that I totally blank out and missed that detail. I must have.
There's terrain costs.
They're all printed on the map.
Yeah. The mountain costs.
Oh, got it. Okay, that's what you mean by cost. Got it. I was yes. So if you put down one of these, I only pay 80 for this one, right?
You would only pay 40.
It's actually 40.
Yeah.
Oh, because it's 25%. Right.
Yep.
The thing that's really annoying about this, though, the terrain cost continues for any subsequent upgrades.
Yeah, so that's the next point. Unlike pretty much every other 18XX, you will have to pay terrain costs when you upgrade a piece of track and not just when you lay it. Yeah. And we have
Game is
these
expensive.
we have these tokens to drop onto spaces to keep track of terrain costs.
Okay. That's rough.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Just don't go through the mountains. It's fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just don't start SFA and you'll be fine.
Yeah, don't.
I see why SFA sucks. I understand.
It is definitely trash.
Yeah.
In addition to not being close to any significant revenue centers in the game.
Yeah,
it's rough.
Yeah. So to finish my point about the track types real quick, you can never change narrow gauge to standard gauge or standard to narrow when you're upgrading. You must honor track type in addition to track location and direction and all that. The only exception is when we get up to brown, you can convert standard or narrow gauge to dual gauge, because dual gauge is, of course, the combination of both types of track. Dual gauge will act as whatever it needs to act as to maintain a route, which is to say, if you were to dump a brown dual gauge at the end of something, it would count as narrow gauge, because that's what the track leading up to it is. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If there is something that is entirely composed of dual gauge, you are allowed to pick the better type of track for you, as I recall. Like if you have an R6H, you can treat it as narrow. If you have everything else, you can treat it as standard.
Okay.
I think that's all there is to say about that. Just as a note, I will point out that dits or towns do upgrade in this game.
Saw that.
Is this laid out to show?
Only 3 of them do, I think, though. Yeah, there's only 3 brown.
There's only 3 brown. There's a number of greens, but yeah.
But green doesn't upgrade the costs. It just upgrades
the value, yeah.
Or the value, sorry.
But yeah,
that said, the thing with the greens, I think there's only one of each configuration of standard gauge to normal gauge,
yes,
or to narrow gauge. So
got it.
Be careful when you're laying that initial yellow dit, because you might not be able to upgrade it.
So can you you can't do like narrow to standard, right? It has to be narrow the entire time.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's all of that.
Just a random note, I don't think Guerric mentioned for the companies, station tokens are already paid for in full. You can just lay them down.
Yeah.
Okay. I also, sorry if you said it, I'm already blanking. The blue and the red.
Oh, those are... This is not the best map art. Those are just barriers. You just can't lay track over it. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Interesting.
What?
It has the same 2 different colors for the same function.
I think the map must be counting the red as mountain. Yeah.
And the blue is water.
That it's doing a like geographical terrain thing.
I see the volcano.
Hey, it actually has a button for paying the private.
It does. It's not invisible in this mod.
Huh?
Oh,
ridiculous!
That's right, the companies have payout buttons. They're not invisible.
That's why we're using this mod, because the buttons actually appear and the shares all seem to be working.
We're being spoiled.
I know.
We should have went back to that 30 mod instead.
Or the 28 one.
Either works.
Was it 28 or 30? I don't remember.
It was 28 we played last week, yeah.
My bad.
All right. Wrapping up teach stuff. There is this... What's up?
Yep. No, I was going to say, I'll let you explain the last questions what's going on.
Yeah, I was talking about closing companies.
Yes.
We never actually addressed the one question. I don't think it's important at the moment. There's this blue section of the stock market. Companies cannot enter those spaces until we enter phase 16, meaning until we've purchased a 16H train.
That makes way more sense now. Yep.
Generically not a problem. This won't happen.
Yeah, you might say that. And as I recall, the moment one enters, it triggers the end game? Or is that just the top right space? Does anyone remember?
I think it's the top right. Yeah, it's the 377 values, the game end trigger.
Okay.
That in the bank and
Yeah,
bankrupt is
in
normal.
addition to the normal stuff.
Yeah, there's also, you might have mentioned this, there's no par price. There's the price you started at, and then if there's company-owned shares that you buy later, you'd buy them at the current value.
Yeah, I don't think
And
I
they-
made that explicit, but yeah.
And they always start at 68, or can you choose 100? Whatever you want?
These are the par prices: 68 and 100 while we're in yellow. 144 gets added when we hit green. 216 gets added when we hit
Got it.
brown.
What is this down here where it says earning per share?
That's just a revenue tracker in a rudimentary sense. It's not
So
properly.
it's the exact
scripted.
same thing as. Is it the
it's
exact
not
same thing
scripted,
as?
okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still helpful though, because it, gives you at a glance what a company is running when you're deciding what shares to buy during the stock round. So
Okay,
Mhm.
that's fair.
Yeah, we'll try to keep it up, but it's not as huge a deal since it's not scripted, and it's.
I wasn't sure if that's what it was because that's what it looked like, but I was like earning per share. So
Yeah,
I guess
they're
it's times 10. It makes
Yeah.
more sense to me now. Yeah.
yeah.
Perfect.
All right. What else do we have to talk about? We have. Excuse me. There's some
Sure.
important events that happen in this game. You can buy in privates at green, pretty normal. Notably, cities move to their second value when we hit the 8 H's. We go to their highest value when we hit the 12 H's. And we will also have the Messina Earthquake, which is a whole little event. Events in a train game. Who'd have thunk it? What it's going to do is it's going to remove all track tiles that have been placed on Messina, or I should say any track tiles that are placed on Messina, as well as any station token that is there. I believe the station token just gets removed from the game, actually, if I recall. Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah, if there's a station token there, it's not replaced.
And if that is the company's only station token, then that company will close.
Sorry. What
that's
part did
actually
you
an-
said?
That could be a really interesting way to offload liability.
It could be. It's hard because it's, like the best spot in the game, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's so. It's weird.
When we hit 12H,
Yes.
there's only one 12H.
There's only one 12H.
Mhm.
And yeah, that'll trigger the earthquake. We'll do it immediately. And Messina cannot be upgraded again until after the next stock round. So we have to finish the current operating set before we're allowed to touch it again.
Okay, so it gets destroyed and someone can go back there. Got it.
Yeah, there's like a little turn order jockeying to be, because there's only 2 token spots in Messina,
Yeah,
so
that
it's
makes sense.
it's the best revenue center in the game. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I should mention that if you go bankrupt in this game, you don't actually end the game. You just get a loan come back into the game, and it counts against your final score.
Oh, why wasn't that in the other game we played, Guerric?
Because you're still basically eliminated. Let's be real here.
they just want to make sure everyone gets to continue playing, and you have to suffer the whole time.
Actually, I've heard tell of somebody winning when they've died once.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
that's-
impressed
I
with that
don't-
person.
I don't think it's anything regular, but it's potentially possible.
Huh.
neat.
Yeah, I think that's most of the major stuff.
There's issuing shares.
Yeah, that was the one thing I was gonna circle to right now. I was trying to see if there's anything else I need to talk about with operating companies, but I don't see anything. So yeah, let's is emergency money raising weird in this game?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I don't think so. I
Yeah.
know that Emu has bankrupted himself with it before.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds like Emu.
So at the very end of a company's operating turn in this game, it can perform financial activities, as the rulebook calls it. What it can do is it can sell shares that it has in its treasury. It can't do this on the very first turn that it operates, but the way it works is it will move the share from the treasury to the bank pool, take an amount of money equal to the current market value of the company, and then drop the stock market token 1 row for every share that the company issues. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Basically, the company can sell its own shares, and it causes the stock price to go down, the same as if a player were to sell them.
Oh, okay. And they can do that during their turn? Like
Yeah,
on
it
an
happens at
operating
the
round?
very end of the company's turn, after buying trains, everything.
So basically, they need immediate money. They sacrifice share price to get immediate money.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a timing thing with this though. Specifically, it is after you purchase trains, which means you
Yes.
can't
Yeah.
fundraise for a train that you need immediately.
And also not on the first turn the company operates. So you have to somehow keep it alive for a round, and then you can issue shares. It's weird.
Yeah. And you'll note that the train costs are higher in this game too. Everything's so expensive.
Everything's expensive. In addition to selling shares, the company can also purchase a single share. It works, the same as a player buying a share. It can buy it from the bank pool. It pays the current market value from its treasury, takes it into the company's treasury, and it can only purchase one per operating turn.
Yep. Oh, there's double shares.
On the SR?
What's that?
Can it buy anything during the SR?
No.
Or am my brain's picking stuff up? Okay.
That's something I also noticed. Like why is there only 70% there and 20% here?
Because the last share is worth 20%.
Yeah, so that's the final big thing to talk about. The last share of every company is also 20%. It's not a president's cert, it's just a 20%. And basically, if there's ever a situation where you can sell or purchase the 20%, but there are other 10% in the same location, you must purchase or sell the 10% first.
Okay.
So the company can only issue the 10%. It can't issue that 20% until it's issued all the 10%. You can't buy the 20% from the bank pool until you buy all the 10% that are there, etc., etc.
And can you still only have 60% of a company in this one?
Correct. And the bank pool can only have 50% of a company in this game, which is also standard.
And there's no like gray or brown or orange area. Like you just can never have that. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, did you mention that if there is a share in the bank pool at the end of the stock round, that the price drops?
I did not mention that, and that's a great thing. Yeah, at the end of the stock round, if there are any number of shares of a company in the bank pool, its stock value will drop 1 row.
Oh.
Sort of the opposite of being sold out.
This game
How do you get it? How do you get it out of there? What the fuck?
You
have to buy it.
Yeah.
Or redeem it.
Can you buy? What do you mean redeem it?
You either have yourself purchase it or the company purchase it. Basically.
Okay, so the current company can purchase it. Okay, cool. That was another thing that I wasn't sure on.
Yeah, they can buy 1 per OR round.
At the end.
Oh my god. Okay. Jesus.
Yeah, this game is miserable. It's going to be great.
So companies are literally going to go under left and right. Got it.
Yeah,
hopefully not.
Pat, I don't get this game. We've played it like 3 times, and I don't get it.
Pat,
oh my god.
Consider it this way. If you only buy a president share and then you run a train, you only get 20% of the value, but the company's getting 80%.
That's true.
So,
you don't always want to go to 60%. You might want to just leave it in there.
Oh no! You probably get just enough to get a little bit of value yourself, but you want your company to grow at a healthy pace.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is so buying other people's shares, while it does give them immediate early money, it is an attack.
Got it.
Guerric, I spaced out and didn't actually get the answer to the question I asked you. What happens to trains that are in a closed company?
You didn't get an answer because I never actually finished looking it up.
Okay.
I feel like they would just go
better
to the
about that.
pool.
Well, I'm not sure if they go. I guess that makes sense that they
remove
just go to the
it from the game along with all its tokens, trains, stock, and private companies.
Yay!
Oh, but they melt in the lava. It makes sense.
We throw the company out into the volcano. Perfect.
Oh, Guerric,
Yes.
you said on the top that there is a rule we were doing wrong. What is that rule?
I think we were just never waiting around to issue shares. I think we were doing it immediately.
I thought we fixed that last time.
Yeah, I thought we fixed that one too.
I don't know then.
Well, darn. We'll get it wrong again.
Yeah, that's all I got.
Oh well.
Okay.
Covering this up. Covering this up.
There's an easier way to do that.
There is, but my HUD is off.
Oh.
It's okay. This is great content. This is why people come to Guerric Samples games.
I am here.
I kid. Nobody watches the 18xx streams.
That's not true.
Not on YouTube, anyway.
Okay, that I can accept.
I mean, I play the games. I don't
What?
watch them.
Let's go.
We're to cover. There's some expansion variants for this game, and we're just covering them up because we're not using them because nobody uses them.
Ah, okay.
All right, I think we're actually done this time. I think I can say
That
that
wasn't
and
that
not be
bad.
lying.
Legit.
It's a standard waterfall auction. I can talk about the privates real quick. None of them are super complicated. Why are they all rotated? Societa Courier Etne blocks a hex, just like your normal ripcord private. In this case, it happens to be a very, very important location, which is this one over here. It is necessary for connecting Catania to Messina, and this is pretty much the most important route in the game, closely followed by Catania to the port and Palermo to Marsala. Those are basically the 3 routes in the entire game.
Okay.
It's yeah. Studio di Ingegneria Giuseppe Incorpora. That's my attempt.
I appreciate the attempt.
The owning corporation can lay or upgrade standard gauge track at half cost.
It's a mountain buster.
Yep. It's a pretty typical mountains are cheap private. The Compagnia Navale Mediterranea. The owning corporation can place the +20 token on any port. This action closes the private, but the corporation adds $20 to the port's revenue until the end of the game. So you just get to add 20 to a port. These are the ports, as you can see. And actually, there's something funny about the ports.
You cannot use them as the only other stop on a route.
That's what it is. Okay.
They do still count as crossing a hex. Must be running one town to another.
Yeah. Okay, that's maybe that's the last thing. The Societa Maritima Siciliana, the owning corporation can place a tile and token on a coastal city, even if not connected to it. This action closes the private and is made instead of the regular track laying and token laying steps. It's a classic teleport, in this case to any coastal city, which means Palermo.
Or Messina if you are actually playing RCS.
Is Messina coastal?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a coast.
I believe you. For whatever reason, my brain was saying that it wasn't a valid target, but
No, it is.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think this is the only one that's not.
Here, let's.
Oh wait, no, Ragusa.
Ragusa
So
and
it's all cities except
Caltanissetta.
for it's all cities except for Ragusa and Caltanissetta. That's what I was gonna say because it's what I just saw in 18xx.games.
Yep. All right, and then finally, the Real Societa d'Affari. The owner of this company takes the first president certificate, so in this case, the AFG. They set the initial market value, they put a token on the appropriate base city, they take the initial treasury of the corporation minus the token fee, and it closes when the corporation buys a train. It's your classic B&O. In this case, it just happens to not have a preset associated corporation. In this case, it goes to the AFG.
Yeah.
And AFG, as you might notice looking around the map, does not have a starting location. That's because there's one funny little thing about AFG. It can start in, is it any open city?
Yep. Doesn't believe me, but that is true.
I believe you. I'm just double checking there's not any other like words there that I need to be.
It starts in any open Messina.
Yeah, any open Messina.
Sorry, I'm sure there's a depth to strategy that I'm missing, but I just don't know why you would do anything else.
Yeah, well, the argument is
I think-
you wouldn't go Messina if you don't have control of the SCE and you don't think you can survive through the earthquake,
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, that almost happened to me in our last game.
I mean, maybe the argument is if you can get in green, or just like starting in green in Palermo might be really good because you start with a lot more money than RCS does.
Yeah, maybe.
But given that it's the first company up,
Yeah.
I really don't think.
No, yeah.
Why are so many companies negative? Are they all negative to start?
You're
'cause
prepaying your
I-
tokens.
Yeah, I subtracted the token cost from them. So like when you buy the president's share, the company will get your whatever you quote unquote par it. There is no par price, but whatever you started at, it'll get that amount times 2. So if you started at 100, it'll get 200, but it'll be minus whatever the token cost was.
Got it.
Machuca, to answer your question, the port revenue increases for just the company that used to own the private, which is why there's 2 tokens, one to put on the company, one on the port. Yeah, did we randomize turn order yet?
No,
Sounds like we need some Candyland.
I'm on it.
Oh, I have a question.
Hmm.
What are these?
Man, I don't know. I'm assuming they're for assistance during bidding.
Mm-hmm.
You can be like, I've bid on this.
Great.
Go, little ones!
Oh, big lead from Pat.
I'm
we'll
catching
skip
up.
that.
Nope, it's
Nope.
me. All right, Pat, me.
I'm last.
All right, Guerric and Alan need to switch seats.
Oh, I have to be green? That's terrible.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I think what's terrible is that I'm last.
It,
Oh, is this sell buy or sell by sell?
Wait, that was the first thing I win with you guys. I want something. No. Sorry.
sell by.
Okay, so that's important. Can't buy something then sell it straight away. And turn order is the standard
Priority deal.
last person to act.
Yep.
All right, I'll
We
get
need
Peanut.
we need to spawn Peanut.
I'm on
Marcos, we were a hair away from playing on Dot Games, and I just realized I never renamed the stream. TTS and Steam were not working when we were about to go live, and then it started working just as we were about to actually start. So now my cute stream name is inaccurate.
Was a lie.
It was a lie.
Everything's a lie.
Train-based, the hardest part of dealing with Sicily in this game is, everything.
Look, this is just yet another game where the game hates you and doesn't want you to succeed.
This is another one of those where it comes to like it's the elephant, not the cards, right? So
Yep.
like if Alan passes or if I pass first, I get that unless someone else like does something, then if you like Lily does something and you pass, then you're first. In that sense.
It's just like 1830. It's whoever,
So if,
whoever takes the last action, The left person to the left of them gets the PD.
Okay, got it.
Lola.
I'm actually going to move this down here so that we can type our bids in. All right. What you doing, Pape? Oh, generic warning on the privates.
Oh, here's the PD. Look at that.
Because the companies have limited cash in the early game, getting value from trading in your privates is actually really difficult.
Really difficult.
Got it.
So just to say, the higher end ones might be harder to get your cash back than you think.
Oops, that's not right. 50. I'll delete the other one in a second.
Why are you angled?
Am I angled?
Slightly.
Yes.
It's all disappearing. Oh my god. This is all going horribly.
Oh, man.
What?
Hey.
Hey, and now it's white.
Ah,
I got you, Pat.
apply. Done. I'm
Good.
done.
Alright.
Holy
What-
crap.
What you
Guerric.
doing, Garrett?
I'm ninjing over here.
Am I ignoring this end turn button?
Yeah.
I'll take. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got it. I got it.
Thank you.
Yep.
You start with $375. I have no clue how to play this game.
Rip court. Rip court.
I mean, it's a good private.
I mean that's the thing. SCE is actually not a bad one to have.
That's true.
I think I remember seeing a discussion where people arguing whether you should just flash by the SCE. And I know there were people like firmly on one side versus the other, and I think a lot of it came down to player count. It was like it's a whole different conversation, 3-player versus 4-player, obviously, and I don't remember any of the details.
Well, none of us know what we're doing, so that's okay.
Uh-oh. One bid on
All right,
everything.
Pat.
No.
Rip court.
Pull it.
No!
Pull
Why
it,
would you do
pull
this,
it.
Alan? Why would you do this?
What was I supposed to do?
I don't know. Bid on Giuseppe?
See, here's the thing. It's just like I have to bid on Lily's, even though I might not want it. Whether I want it or not is irrelevant, because if I don't, Lily can pull it.
Yeah. Either you pull the ripcord or you try and get Lily not to. Those are your options.
I will say
Hey,
Garibaldi being, if not the best, then like the second best at 155 for this company. Like this
yeah.
is not your typical B&O. This is an actually extremely good private.
Well,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate.
I mean, I have to do that, Lily. You know that.
No, I know. But I can still be sad about it.
That's true.
All right, going back to my tried and true.
Wait, did we skip me? No, I'm after
No,
Lily.
no,
I'm
you're after
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, was Lily like preying on my noobness there? Is that what was happening? Lily was hoping.
No, I was just hoping. I don't know if I was praying on anything. I was just hoping.
Um.
Rip court. Rip court.
Help, Alan.
Hmm?
Nothing.
There is a lot to think about in regards to priority deal.
Yeah, that's the thing. Honestly, depending on what you do might determine priority deal for the following. Interesting. So if I do it, because everything has a bid, it'll go to Pat.
Yeah.
Someone ends up with. So I probably end up with SFA in this scenario.
Yeah, that's the only reason I felt comfortable not challenging you at all, because I think SFA is enough of a deterrent on its own.
It probably is. You're probably right. Which there's actually a really interesting game of chicken with pulling the ripcord in this scenario.
Yeah. Yeah, train based. I honestly love
train.
TTS. Oh my god, we're all on the rail.
Pipe train.
Question: if I pull the ripcord right now, I'm just saying I'm not sure if I want to.
Yep.
What happens with PD, like the turn priority after that? It goes right to Lily.
It goes to me.
It goes to Lily.
So if I pull the ripcord, Lily gets to pick first at the companies.
Well, somebody's gonna have Rael. We're all in contention. So if you assume that it's not you, then somebody gets AFG. Somebody, because you're going last, gets this one, Lilibeo.
Whoever pulls the ripcord gets SFA.
No.
That's
well, but likely. So I mean, whoever gets Real isn't in contention, but whoever's 2 and 3 are going to get Lilibeo and IFT, and whoever pulled the ripcord is probably stuck getting SFA.
Unless they win Real. So we have a fun game of chicken here.
Yeah. The thing is, you're automatically on Giuseppe, which means that you're coming into the bidding for RSA with less money than everyone else.
I mean, they will too. Like, you get this one with 115, and then they are fighting over this. So one of them,
one of us is going to come into it with more money, which means maybe one of us gets Real. I don't know. This is actually really interesting.
Yeah, so I mean, I think right now, if you pull the ripcord, probably either Lily or Guerric ends up with the Real, just based on having more money than the two of us. Which means you probably still get stuck with SFA, unless you're just willing to bid it down.
That is in such a shitty position.
I mean, to be honest, it might be worth it to bid $300 on this, because it doesn't matter. You have started a company by picking this up.
Well, 300's a bit much, because you can at most value it's worth most base value it's worth 200 off the bat.
Oh, I know. What I'm saying is you would survive if you did. It would be bad, but you would survive.
Yeah, I don't know what the inflection point is of where it becomes better to take SFA versus, overbidding on Real or something. I honestly have no clue. And there's so many other things I don't understand about this game that,
hilariously.
Oh boy.
Cool. All right. Lily likes her odds.
Yeah. Honestly, if it had come to me, there's a good chance I would have done it too, so I get it.
Well, I'll go ahead and pay 115 for this here.
Pat, go ahead and pay 50 for that. And then I have first bid on the Campagna Navale Mediterranea.
Oh god, these cards are so big at the bottom of my screen.
So Lily pulled the ripcord, which means I have PD. It's actually...
Yeah, I mean, you could survive that, and...
Here, I'm gonna give you Peanut.
Let me see here. That with potentially Lilibeo is... Do you have a port? You don't have a port.
Yeah, I would have been a lot happier with Trinacria IFT. I was really hoping I could angle for IFT, but
I mean, Lilibeo just grows to Palermo and then runs the Palermo port.
yeah, it's not nothing.
It just takes 4 track lays. But you can't buy until green anyway, so who cares? So if you end up with Lilibeo, I probably end up with IFT. I'm not sad about it.
Yeah, that turns out nicely for you. It's got 355. That's got 325. So I have the most money right now. And I could... I go big
And I
or
have
go
the
home?
token teleport, which means I can afford to develop something else while I wait for SCE to open.
Shit. This is a choice, man.
I'm glad to have caused chaos.
Woo! I mean, you could definitely just stick pat with it, but then it's like you and... Well, I mean, Lily did pull the ripcord, so you have a
I've got the money
reasonable...
advantage.
But I mean, like, are you guys gonna pay 350 for this goddamn thing?
That's a thing. I don't know what it's like.
Like a 20 whatever money concurrent this is
I think-
advantage. Like, and if you're going that high, sure, but like I don't think either of you want to go to 360.
I
No.
think Lily's more incentivized to bid it high than Guerric is because of her PD position.
Yep.
So I think what probably ends up happening if Guerric passes here is he bids Lily really high and then just doesn't get a private.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think through what it means to not have a private in this game, because
I don't know that that's that bad of a position. I mean, you're just
Right.
walking into a lot, like having tons of money to start companies.
because it's not like 30 where like the whole point is to have that cycle, that funnel where you float so that they can buy in so that you can float. Like
Yeah, I mean, there's no free cash here.
Right.
So.
Man, this is such a cool place for SFA to be, actually. I actually like that a lot. I mean, I hate that it's a dud company in general for the way that the game plays, but
it's very cool how it's creating a sort of dynamic liability as opposed to the normal like jockeying to avoid the B&O. It's very cool that in this case we're jockeying to avoid giving up PD. It's cool. It's doing something very similar to the liability of 1830's private auction, but in a different way because of where this landed. I think I bid it up to 95, and I'm sure I end up getting it for that. Lily?
I will pass.
Pat?
I like how confident you are, because I'm actually not sure if I want to give you that one.
oh, now that's interesting. See, at that point, you're just paying more for it.
It's not
the caution,
because like you can
Yeah.
assume 2 revenues at minimum, which means we're still within the range where you're making money off of it.
the
Because you're
caution
making
is
55 in.
that you're not guaranteed to be near a port. So if you end up with a company that doesn't have port access, it can really be bad.
Yeah, I know you said you're confident on it, but I have something. I have an idea, and I'm.
A lot of companies do have port access though, because you
Yeah.
have them down here as well.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there aren't any.
Whoops.
It's just that
400.
Woo! I don't even have that much money. Let's go.
All right, Pat, it's all yours. Not
Okay.
that I don't think it's not worth this necessarily. I'll take my odds on the Real.
Fair enough.
I will go to 175.
Pat, would you like to raise your bid?
Oh no, I'm gone.
Okay. Um. $50. Let's go to 190.
210.
Ah, man.
I'm out.
Balls of steel from Alan here. You're out.
I have a plan, and I am so excited for it. I really want SFA.
I love this. Yay.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you gonna double? You're gonna go into SFA, then straight into Archimedes, aren't you?
Who knows?
Because if you'll have enough because you only need to be able to
Well.
buy four certs at 68 to do it. That's interesting. And then you can just never lay track from SFA.
See what really sucks? Well, I'm not gonna say it, but I think something sucks.
I like Lily's play here because no one can force open her, and she can, if she makes it to the bottom of the closed box, transfers all the cash over to Archimedes. Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. Then again, if Guerric goes into this auction with 375, he might be floating too as well. Oh, maybe he's incentivized to give this one. We'll see.
I really wanted to make it not seem like I wanted SFA because I knew if I did that, y'all wouldn't bid this up. So I was waiting for you to bid it up and then drop out.
Oh, that's the thing. I think this is worth a lot of money as it is. Like,
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, its base value of 150 is a joke. Like, it's very similar to CNA in 1830, where the value you get off it is just so high that you absolutely have to bid up on it.
I don't know if it's quite that high.
Well, that's up to you.
It's true. It's true.
I bid a price that I felt was fair.
I'm just trying to do something different and unexpected. That was my goal.
I like it.
You can have it.
All right. I'll take it.
I played the AFG game without SCE. The AFG without SCE game a game or two ago. I don't want to do it again. I want to try something different.
The main reason I was willing to do this is because I have the token teleport.
Yeah. You have a backup, which is very nice for you. All right.
All right, so I take Garibaldi. Garibaldi obviously goes to 100.
Yep.
And $200 added to Garibaldi.
Go ahead and take that charter.
Grabbed it. Man, that always feels funny. Oh, can we get table extension?
Yeah, I think we're supposed to put it in front, but I can give us a table. Give me a moment.
I guess I can put it up here. Whatever. There's not that many companies. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only, what, 6?
Yeah.
What do you
All
mean we're
right.
supposed to do it in front?
I know, it's a subversion of everything we know.
I don't like being told what to do, thank you very much.
All right, you are free to place your company charters behind you.
Oh, do I place the Garibaldi token now or later?
That's a good question. I think it's something with the operating round. I'll check in a second. I'm buying the Lilibeo presidency. For mathing. Yeah, we'll do 68. Okay. Alan, your turn.
I have $50. I can't afford anything. Pass.
I pass.
Oh, sweet. I would love to take IFT.
Ooh,
Thank you.
really?
It's blocked. She has it. I wasn't gonna take that chance and sit on that.
That's well.
She has the blocker.
You have the Mountain
Right?
Buster.
IFT is still good.
IFT is one of the better companies. IFT is a pretty good company.
I will say, even if you get blocked for a turn or
To be
two,
fair, you
IFT
guys literally said
probably
at the beginning that this is a bait. So that's why I was like, if she has the blocker, I'm not gonna let sit my whole game.
Yeah, let's just as a.
Okay, then fine. I won't pass. I took it under the impression that you guys said that it's really. It's like it can't.
This green upgrade is annoying.
That's true.
I do have the Buster. You're right.
IFT is it's worst in the early game, and it definitely is better starting in green. Like there's no denying that.
Yeah, I'll put it this way: Messina is the best revenue center. C is the best token location in the game, and IFT starts there.
Yeah. Okay. You have to deal with a not great start, but you have the Mountain Buster to help mitigate that.
Does this go away at a certain point? I don't remember seeing where privates close.
Privates close on the.
No, that's not right.
Where is
I don't see private. I don't see privates close anywhere on here.
I'll check it.
I'm pretty sure it's the earthquake. I feel like
I think it is.
Yeah, it's the earthquake.
Okay. So I was just like sitting here, I'm like, I'm not gonna take a chance on a company that can't do something because Lily can just hold on to a private the whole game. That seems like a bad choice. I'd rather just give it to her.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you pay 80 and go down to Caltagironi or something. You know,
it's only 40 for me because I have the Buster.
I will say
you have to be able to buy it in.
If you do subvert down, this is the 60 port over here.
Yeah, I know, and I have the port thing too.
Mm-hmm.
And there actually is a green tile for that, I think.
Yeah, because this is dot track. Or yeah, it's got this one.
Yeah, this is the one you want.
Yep.
So if you can hold out till you get to green, you have a path forward.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
But hey,
yeah, I'll just do it then.
You do you.
I'll take
I do know people. I do know people who would refuse to open IFT in this situation. I don't personally agree, but I'm not good at this game, so who knows?
Well, I mean, like, I think if there was a better one here, but like my thought was I could keep passing and maybe you would buy it because you want to float too, and I can get one of the other two. But
yeah, I mean, Lily still wants her money. Like, she's incentivized to sell in at some point. It just might not be right away.
Yeah.
Also, you could probably just offer to buy it from her.
You can't offer that.
Oh, to buy the private?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Consider it.
Yeah, you could buy it from Lily for $40.
It is technically legal. It is probably always a bad move.
I wouldn't say that.
I don't know, for IFT in that position, if you could get the person holding it to let you buy it in at the time that it matters, I think that'd be worth it. It's not that much money.
For $40, I feel like that's like a good.
Yeah, I think
that feels like it got no money.
Well, you had to pay 90 for tokens.
Oh, was it 90? Can I do 100 instead if that's okay?
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, 68.
Literally,
Take money,
nothing has
take
happened.
money. I thought it was only 40 like the rest. Sorry. Spend money, spend
Yeah,
money.
I figured
you
you
do
were
want to
just
be
gonna-
able to buy a train.
I figured you were just going to buy a third share. Because that's also an option.
Oh. Well.
You can do whatever you want.
No, this is fine. I forgot that was a thing. But no, this is fine.
Lily?
Don't forget that you can emergency fundraise your first train.
I also can't build a train or get a train for a little bit anyway.
Oh, this is true. You don't even have to buy a train because you don't have a route. Okay, Guerric, are you taking Archimedes?
Yeah, I'm taking Archimedes.
All right, double liability.
There are 2 Akragas tokens up. Oh, somebody took it from the revenue pile. Somebody, I mean Lily.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, did I take the wrong? No, okay.
I fixed it, but you took it from the wrong spot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Man.
It's
Does that
okay.
mean Lily floats RCS?
It
It
does.
Wow.
But
I've never seen all 6 companies floated in the first round. This is cool.
This is almost definitely a terrible idea.
This is a wonderful idea. Leave it alone. Anyway, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, no, sorry. Alan, are you still passing?
Neither of us has any money to do anything. You just consider us out,
Yay!
which I think is true of Guerric as well.
Yeah. I got $39.
I will.
On the bright side, I think we might actually hit green pretty quick.
I hope so. No wait, no I don't. I don't have private, so I don't think I want that, but it is what it is.
Do you care?
Yeah.
I mean, you want trains.
I do want trains.
All right.
There's only 4 4H trains, so.
All right. Everyone's done with the stock round. Nothing is sold out. Nothing's in the bank pool. So we move on to an operating round. At the top of the operating rounds, privates pay. Boom. People getting money.
$1.
People that aren't me. Look at that. First up is red.
Surprising no one.
I can't believe it.
And let's see here. The beauty here is I actually do have a run, even if SCE doesn't get bought in for a while.
This is true. You just go right to Termina.
All right, I will not run, therefore I fall back. Nope, wrong one.
Oh, are they lifting? Hold on, I can fix that.
Yeah, they're lifting.
Give me just a sec.
Okay. I will not touch anything then.
All right, should be fixed.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Alright.
Tokens with backs.
It's a thing of beauty. I will purchase a 4H train, which sadly closes the Real. That's $100.
And then Garibaldi is done, so blue can start doing stuff. IFT.
Don't know if there is a point doing anything. Because it's just extra money that I don't have.
This is true. Money's tight.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose to do nothing.
Okay. You fall back.
I'm not buying it. Yep, not buying a train.
Not buying a train. Okaldokal. On to green. Green is me. Look at that. The Archimedes is going to scream in pain.
Oh god. Why is it screaming?
Because it has to pay $40. And
Paying $40 for the dotted track always kind of feels gross. Oh wait, no, isn't it? Dotted track doesn't give a discount. Oh yeah,
that's why it's
that is
40.
the discount.
Because it is right next to a $160 mountain.
Deal with it.
I'm dealing with it. I think this is probably right. So I'm paying the 40.
Oh yeah, I think Archimedes just needs a route the first turn.
Yeah.
Honestly,
It's fallen back.
I think Archimedes is actually a lot stronger if it can float in green.
Yeah, I think the fact that we're almost definitely going to punch through to green is really good for Archimedes, but we still have to get there.
Yep.
Yeah. Oof. That just...
Eh?
6 is
Yeah.
so much better for the Archimedes. So much better.
I mean, you don't have to buy a train. Actually, that's not true. You made a route. You must buy a train.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that track lay is not worth it for the moment because of that.
I mean, I guess the question mark though becomes at when does the game of chicken end? Because
Right.
SFA probably doesn't do it. IFT doesn't probably do it. So like, someone's got to bust out through the 4-H's, or else the people who have 4-H's just win.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
fine. I need
it's
to make
also
money.
when you can issue shares though. Like that's still a thing.
That is a thing.
Yeah, but Archimedes, I need to make money. Archimedes needs to make money. We're just going to buy the 4H train. We're not going to go weird about it. Did I pay the money yet?
Go weird. Go weird.
I did not. There we go.
God, I paid $5 too much for the real. Although I wonder at 205, would you have decided to go to 210?
Going that way.
Yeah, I don't know. It was tough.
Guerric, it's yellow.
It is yellow. Hold on. I just realized I didn't have a home station, and I don't think anybody put out their home stations
Oh.
except for Alan. Yeah, crit 1 counts. Honestly, that yellow is starting to bug me. Yellow is going to put out its home station.
Good start.
It's a good start. Do we start the sad trudge?
It is quite the sad trudge.
Or do we just lay Mazzara?
I forgot. Should I put a token down on my thing though? At least.
Yes, go ahead and do that.
Yes.
OCD growing. It is honestly a remarkable shade of yellow they chose for these track tiles. It is a strange, sickly yellow.
It's a little offensive, honestly.
Oh god, Mutuka, if a poker chip 18xx mod, kill me. If you watch the no pun included 18xx video, you can see footage of them playing with Shut Up and Sit Down, and they are using a mod of 1889 with poker chips and no scripting. I cannot fathom it. I cannot fathom it.
That seems rough.
Yeah. Cannot fathom it. I know. We're gonna.
So I mean, I've always felt like your demand that every mod be scripted is a little bit extreme, but I definitely don't know why you would choose to use poker chips for your medium.
I don't think I've demanded. Just 18xx mods.
There's games that you wouldn't play because there wasn't a script.
What was that?
Rolling Stock.
Oh.
Fair.
We built a script from scratch for that game.
Fair.
Well, you did.
Well, yeah.
With other help.
Yes. It was collaborative. Anyway, yellow is buying a train. It's emergency fundraising. It's buying a train. All that stuff. I'm spending forever.
Man. You're spending $4 to emergency fundraise a yellow 4-H train. That's awesome.
That is pretty awesome.
I'm getting way too caught up in things I shouldn't be getting caught up on. All right, yellow's officially done. Let's keep this moving.
Sorry, I'll stop talking.
No, talking is good. I'm getting like caught up in it. I'm not focusing.
SFA is doing nothing.
Oh, Lily.
You're gonna put out a home station token and you're gonna like it.
Yes, sir.
Oh man, you opened RCS and did not buy a train.
Yeah, I don't have
that's a
enough
ballsy
money.
move.
There's
Oh,
I might
you
go
literally
bankrupt
don't
right
have
now.
You literally don't have enough money.
Yep.
That's ooh, gosh. Do you need to buy a 4-H train with SFA just so that you can transfer it over to RCS?
Can't
But
do
the
that
thing is,
either.
I need to force SFA to have a route all of a sudden, and it doesn't have one, so it's fine.
Yep.
You don't have to force SFA to have a
She
route.
can-
You just buy
she
the
can-
train, don't lay any track, and then buy it over to RCS.
I'm gonna go bankrupt. It's fine. Anyway.
But Lily, you could have like bought a stock or sold a stock.
I can't
Well,
sell
not
the
yet. You
president
can't
share.
do it in the first round.
No, but she could sell.
Yeah. You're right. I see what Pat's saying, but yeah, next round I can't do that. That is
You
true.
also have the 5 income from this, so you'll be able to force it next turn. You'll have. Oh, you won't. Never
I'll
mind.
be
Math is hard.
hella short.
I'm 99. I take it back.
Hold on. The key thing is neither of our companies have legal routes, meaning neither of them
Yes.
require trains, meaning neither of them can emergency fundraise. So
Correct.
Yeah.
anyway, that's our operating round. We're back to a stock round.
Oh, that's okay. Yes, I did not fully understand that. Thank you.
Who actually had PD? I was not paying attention. Is it me?
So the last person was Lily, so it should be you.
Yes, it is you.
I has no monies, and thus I end my turn.
Cool.
What are you doing, Alan? Because you have monies.
I do have monies. I am gonna purchase 1 share of CTL. For how much is it currently?
59.
God, I love that I can pay what it's actually worth. Oh wait, that's the wrong calculator.
Company's
Spend
buying
money.
shares. We're not playing 41 yet.
Cool.
Does that not mean the shares go into it?
No,
Yeah,
we-
it gets it
Oh,
it
yeah,
gets
yeah.
$59. I got you.
Yep. Thank you. So I forget that every time we play this game. Every time. Just yell at me that I need to put money into the company every time you buy one of my shares, please.
Take your money.
Yes, just like that. All right, Pat, you're up.
I mean, I can't afford anything, so I pass.
Oh shit.
Lily, you're up.
Lily's panicking. Give me a second.
Okay.
I think I actually might have needed to play a track.
With SFA?
Yeah.
I mean, just retro it. It's been like
That's on. Yeah,
2 minutes.
that's why I just need to make sure that what I'm doing makes sense.
Cool.
I'll just soundboard Pat saying that and make that like the sub notification.
Oh no. Oh fuck.
Yes.
Sitting,
I'm gonna have-
take your money. Beautiful. Beautiful.
We need it, Guerric. We need a new emote.
What's the emote?
Take your money.
God damn it.
All right. Okay.
Feels like
sorry.
everyone starts
Passing.
spamming it when you miss it.
Oh. All right. You were past your turn in the stock round?
Mhm.
I'm still passing.
I'm on pass now.
Okay.
Me too.
Petey's going to end up with Pat.
Oh yay.
This is your fault, Alan. Nothing happens to the stock prices at the end of the stock round, so we go to an operating round. Privates pay. First up is red.
All right. Well, we're not in green yet, so red will be sad. I don't believe I have any pile lays that are relevant, so we're not gonna do that. I will run for 40, I believe. A whole 40, man. The early game revenues of this. And we'll pay out. Pay out. There we go. Okay. And I not just say train. Nope. And shoot, where was IFT? It was after. That's right.
Yeah, sounds right.
Do I want to issue a share? Well, I would very much like to be able to buy a 6H, so I think answer is yes. Yeah, I'll issue a single share. How's the bank pool script?
Doesn't need any because they just pay to the bank.
Oh, cool. So it doesn't.
Yeah, we could honestly lay those out like on the open space if we wanted to.
Okay. It gets. Is it just back it up? Yeah. It drops down for issuing a share, right?
Yeah, for each share you issue, it drops down one row. So if you want to issue more, it'll drop down more.
No, I'm just issuing one. The other reason to make sure you can run a train. Okay. Garibaldi is done.
Okay, on to blue. Still in yellow.
Yeah, I think I just need to pass again. Because I don't have money to waste.
Falling back. Would you like to issue any shares?
Oh, hold on. Did I need to issue two? Shit.
No,
All right,
I do not.
IFT's done. It's on to Archimedes.
Anyone care if I actually do 2 shares?
Go ahead.
Nope.
Garibaldi. Cool, thanks. I'm probably gonna regret it later. Let's see.
Can always just buy it back.
And there will be no repercussions for that choice.
Nope. None.
Let's go ahead and drop this piece of track, even though I can't currently run it. There we go. Probably gonna regret that. Do I want to drop a token in Terra Nova? It's better run. 1, 2, 4. That's a much better run. Yeah, why not? Do it. Drop token. And we'll run 1, 2, 3, 4, which is going to be 20, 30, 50, 70. Does anyone disagree? Doesn't sound like it.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Paying out.
Wait, I thought the half tracks had more movement or something though.
I went entirely with this one. I went 1.
Oh,
2,
okay, got it. You didn't. Yeah. Okay,
Yep.
I see it. I didn't see the.
The beauty of tokening.
The beauty of
Yep.
tokening.
You don't need to be able to reach to like drive there. You just need to have a like vision to it.
A vision to it. Everything your eye can see. Paid out. It's got $86 in its treasury. I have $49. Filibeo's gonna run for 50. This is where I haven't grokked what the ideal actions are in 49. Because like in 46, I get it. You issue shares, you have your money, you use it to accrue capital. Don't quite get it in 49. If I issue, I can't afford the share. So what am I going to do with the money? I probably just wait. Yeah. All right. Archimedes not issuing. Archimedes done. RCS is up.
All right, I have questions.
Sure.
So if I were to lay a track and have to emergency fundraise and not have enough money, I'm assuming I can't sell any of RCS's shares to help fundraise the train.
That's definitely a question.
Cool.
So we've established that. No, you can't sell stuff to help fundraise the train.
And if I go bankrupt at this point in time, I lose everything?
Or you just get a loan?
I just need to know what I lose before I get the loan.
Yeah, let me find the rules.
Oh no.
I'm just trying to see what's a viable option here.
Well, I feel like what you probably could have done was last turn sold these, right?
No, you can't sell on the first time. On the first turn they're open. So, but I mean, like, I could just not lay track and not have a route. But I'm trying to see if bankrupting is a good idea.
All right. If the president is unable to raise enough money, they sell all of the stock they are able to, and then place all of the money in the corporation's treasury. The corporation is then closed, following Section 11. At this point, if the president has no stock left, they can either leave the game, finishing with $0, or take a $500 loan from the bank.
Okay, so I wouldn't lose SFA automatically. In
the latter case, $750 will be subtracted from their total value at the end of the game. If the player still has stock, because they were unable to sell the certificates, they continue the game with $0 and their remaining stock.
All right, yes, I don't want to do that. Okay. Appreciate the knowledge. Good to know.
Yep.
All right, so I think if that is the case, then I am going to lay this track here and just be happy with my life. Or unhappy with my life. One of the two.
Is RCS done?
RCS is done.
Okay, on to yellow. Lilibeo. It's 4H train. Probably wants to make it to Palermo one day.
One day.
One would hazard a guess that might be on the docket.
Yeah.
However, Lily has started to lay normal gauge track, which is, in a word, concerning.
What? Why?
Because I don't want to pay normal gauge prices to cross the mountains.
That's fair.
Oh.
We're just going to drop this down. Yep. Okay, we're running for 50. 245, yep. Paying out.
This is so weird.
Moves over. Oh wow.
Yeah.
It has enough to buy another train. What are y'all doing?
I'm failing miserably because my plans are pretty bad. And I didn't think them through.
You...
What the heck do I do with another train?
Well, I mean, actually, Lilibeo can run 2 trains pretty effectively. Go north and then south.
Can actually make it better if I drop this just as like a sharp into here. Double run Trapani and Marsala.
Yeah, and you could do it as narrow gauge track and it wouldn't matter.
All right, I don't feel like this is my optimal move, but it feels like worth trying, I think.
Someone's got to push the trains. This is...
The train rush isn't that fast by my memory, so sure, we'll buy it.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Like the 8H's are usually pretty slow to come out. That said, with 3 companies that still don't have a train,
If anything, this might have just fricked Lily a little bit more.
Actually, can I have? I'm sorry, guys. Would you mind it if I sold stock with RCS?
Sure.
oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna sell 2.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, so
trying
Lily
to
just
stick to my
realized, yeah.
plans, and I realized that they're horribly misguided.
That's how I
Yeah.
felt every time I played this game in the
Oh.
past.
So how much do I
Pat,
get
would
for
you
that?
have wanted to do that as well? Because as it is, you can't actually afford a 6H train.
Well, I don't know if he would have known that.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
Guerric.
Yes, you
quick
get the.
question.
It's just like selling as a player. You get the current value and then drop the rows.
Okay.
This is not
you.
one of the few games where it's like you get the price of every individual stock drop. No.
Hey.
What was oh, I can drop.
Oh,
I can.
I
issue
did want
shares.
to do something that I forgot to do that we're allowed to do now, if that's okay.
Sure.
I want to sell that for 90.
We're not there yet.
Not there yet.
Oh, we're not there yet. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
We need to get here first. Right.
Yep.
I knew there was a reason I didn't do it. Because
Lilibeo is going to issue some shares. I have $61. That is incredibly frustrating. Let's issue 2 shares.
Neat.
Because I am $1 shy. 1, 2, 68 twice. That means I can't buy both of them. It's going to drop again. Oh, this is a problem. This is
I mean,
a problem.
I think you won't be the only one in that boat, Guerric. I mean, I definitely can't buy both of mine.
I'm $1 short from even attempting anything, which is depressing.
I'm $1 short of just issuing one, and it is the worst. How did I end up $1 short? Ugh.
Alright. SFA.
Yeah, I'm gonna deal with it.
SFA is not laying any track because I again keep miscalculating everything about SFA. But we're selling 3 stocks.
that is so close to closing.
He wants it to close, though.
Wait, actually, 3 safe.
Like,
3 isn't
ideally...
fucking safe. Oh man. Oh well, whatever. If it closes, it closes.
Oh, that's right. I did that to
Actually-
Guerric in the last game.
No.
Actually, oh god.
Shit.
No, you know what? I'm not gonna sell. I'll only sell 2.
Okay. I mean, on the bright side, it's sell by, so... Like, someone has to actually take some risk if they go into it.
That's true. I'm grumpy.
I can't decide if issuing is actually a good
Alan.
idea for me or not. I'm sitting here in agony. Is the operating round done? It appears so. No one's
Yep.
speaking up. So we're back to the stock round. Priority deal is on Pat.
Pass.
Pass.
Lily, passing.
I'm having so much fun this game, guys. I'm saying the P word a lot.
All right, I'm gonna buy a Lilibeo and be very, very unhappy about it.
Okay. I will sell a Lilibeo.
Yeah, I should have just issued the one.
That's what, $54?
$54.
Okay. Hey. Nope, wrong one.
Wrong place.
So this is why I don't like it being
In front.
on top. Yeah. And then I will purchase a Garibaldi from Bank Pool, I think. Well, do I want to do that? Let's think about this for a second. I'm gonna buy an IFT for 80.
Interesting.
Pat?
I still pass.
Lily?
Pass.
I'm passing.
I'm gonna sell this IFT.
Yep.
I've dropped it.
And let's see.
I'm so mad at myself right now. I made such a stupid mistake.
What was it?
I shouldn't have opened RCS. I should have waited until I was in a good position to do it.
Gotcha.
All right.
Instead of trying to balance
buy-
the two, I would have had enough money to at least start my engine and then get everything moving faster.
How would you have made
Oh.
money without RCS?
So
Hmm?
100 for Archimedes.
Well, I mean, I haven't made a single dollar with either of these companies, so
True.
I would have been able to buy a train because I would have had enough money to fundraise it, and then I would have been able to then I could have started RCS and bought the train over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You know, I made
I think it comes back around to you, Alan.
Yep.
I just made a very dumb mistake.
I'm just funding the train rush, guys. It's fine.
Dropping the Archimedes.
Dropping the Archimedes. And
I did this in one of our games, didn't I?
Yup.
did. I'm just debating how far to take it. Do I? Because the thing is, I think I could theoretically do this once with every stock with basically no pain. I mean, mostly I just wanted at least one share of every company in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, it would just be doing it to hurt stock value.
Yeah.
I'm curious why you did it to yourself.
I didn't. I sold. I haven't
Garibaldi
sold my
issued.
own.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mixing up green and red right now.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. So the only ones I haven't purchased are Lily's.
They are trash.
They are. It would be doing it literally just to hurt your value. So it
Don't
feels
worry.
bad.
I've already hurt my value enough.
Wait, you had
But you
no
should do it.
remorse doing this to me, and now
You
you're
forget
gonna be,
anybody!
and now you're gonna be like, I can't do this to Lily. It's just mean for mean's sake.
You're
Mr.
at least gaining money off your companies. Like,
No,
I'm
but
jealous
in
of
the
you.
previous game, he closed my company by doing this to me. Remember?
Oh, that's fair.
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
I
Like,
accept,
how
I
dare
accept
you have
that.
double standards?
Okay.
accept.
Hang on. Let me think about this a minute, because gosh, we're only
You should
running
try.
for a
You should
single...
definitely try to close SFA. I think that's a great idea. I think it will not hurt you at all.
Look, so just to be quote unquote fair, I'm just gonna do this. Is everyone cool with this outcome?
What'd you do?
Yeah,
I just
dropped mine.
dropped
bought it from-
SFA and RCS.
Yeah, he
Okay.
bought it from the bank pool and then dropped
Yeah,
it. So he didn't
and
even
I'll-
give me money for it. Like he gave you money for it. You know,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Well, in fairness,
do
he
you-
didn't give the Labeo money.
Yeah, well, Lilibeo has two
He,
trains.
he did in the
I
past.
do buy one Garibaldi for 87.
Okay. And then that's our stock round. So everything drops one space,
God damn it.
and we have one
That's
operating round.
brutal.
This game is mean. It's the best.
It's rude. This game is so rude.
It's so rude.
Are
All right.
you fucking kidding me? I hate everything.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just totally closed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did I just close it?
Oh yeah, you did.
Yeah, you
you
did.
can't have like a run.
You
so
did what you
can't
did to
do it
me.
in time.
I was not trying to close SFA. God damn it!
That's why she only bought 2 instead of 3, and sold 2 instead of 3. That wouldn't happen.
All right, let's just retro this. Look, okay. Because I don't want the game to end yet. Okay.
Well, it doesn't end is the thing. Remember?
The company would close.
Right.
So Lily would lose all of her investments into it, and it would restart.
All right. I'm gonna run the Archimedes. The Archimedes. We're still in yellow. It has no track lays. I don't think. Probably. It's free. It's gonna run what it ran before, which is apparently 70. Fan out. And it will move right and buy a 6H train.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I actually really needed you to buy a green train. So.
Yeah, I know it's enabling like everyone else, but at the same time, I can run it. It's a good train, you know?
It's a good train. It's not going to rust. Like, I think there is actually a potential for rust events here.
Yeah. So that's Archimedes. Archimedes is not going to issue anything.
Okay. Garibaldi. Garibaldi is going to purchase in my private. I need to do some math for a second. Hang on, guys. Wait, does it even make sense to do this yet? And I guess I could just lay the Messina tile? No, yeah, I think this is probably the right time to do this. Except I could still get, let me see here, what is the Messina tile got? It's a 50 value, which opens up more. Oh, it actually opens up a lot. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing this yet. I'll keep holding that private a minute. So instead, I will just lay Messina.
I mean, I have this lovely private to buy in if you would like.
Well, the thing is, I don't really need it. I only have a 4H train. I'm already running the full 4H to go to the port. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So 10, 60, 70, 90.
Aren't we green now?
I'm running over here. I can't actually make it over here. I guess I could. 1, 2, 3. It wouldn't be as valuable. Because I can run from Taormina to the port for 90. If I run from Messina to Calabria, I only get 80.
Wait, with a 4 train?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you're right. I'm confusing myself again. Hex trains! Arg!
Okay.
I think it's actually the same, but yeah.
90 and
This is one.
No, it's 80 versus 90. Oh, no, you're right, because you can pick...
no, yeah,
1,
the ping.
2, 3. Yeah, you're right. It's the same.
And I will buy a 6H train. Oops. Money. I move over to 84. And do I... Yeah, I probably only needed to issue 1. I was just holding out for the potential of buying in my private is the reason I did it. I could redeem it. Only lose a little bit of the value. Not. So, 80. And now that I have a 6H and a 4H, I'm actually right. Yeah, I'm gonna redeem that. I'll spend $86 from Treasury. Cool. Garibaldi is done.
Okay. On to IFT.
Yup.
What you got, Pat?
Well, I just put my token tile down. And I can't do anything else, and I can't emergency fund, so oh wait, I can do this. I can buy this in now.
That you can.
That I can do. So now we take out 150.
And I will move your
Take
stock price
money.
back.
Whoop. Spend money. Take money. Okay.
All right, IFT is done. On to RCS.
All right. Sorry, I'm still so mad at myself because I did not want to open RCS at the beginning of this game when I was making my plan, and then I let y'all like talk me into it, and I was like, "Damn it, Lily, why'd you do this?" But it is what it is. All right, so let's put out something. You know what? No, I don't have enough money to go that way right now.
Well, that one's illegal, but you can do it with a sharp.
Well, yeah, getting there. All right. So I have a run. I do not have a train, so I have to fall back, and I'm very fucking depressed about this. And then I will buy a 6 train. Oopsie. You. And that's RCS.
Okay. On to Lilibeo. Lilibeo will play this for 40.
That's a sexy track right there.
It is a sexy piece of track.
I mean, the beauty is you can still upgrade it in green.
Yeah.
It's just a really expensive upgrade.
Yes. Oh, that reminds me.
It's big enough.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me, while I'm thinking about it, plop that one down and anywhere else. That's it. Okay. We're going to run for, let's see, we're in green now, so it's going to be 30, 60, 12, 13. Pretty sweet. Paying out. What's up?
How is it? Wait, what?
We are running here to here.
Oh, you have 2 trains. Never mind. You're good. Yep. Got it.
And one of them just jumps out and hits that.
I thought you were counting them both twice on one train. I was like, huh? Right. You have 2 trains. I was like, huh?
Paying out. Wow, that is sexy. I love it.
Oh shoot. Does anyone care if I'm sad. I shouldn't have redeemed that share. That was dumb. Oh well. It's a long time ago. I'm not changing about it.
I mean, to be fair, Alan, I would love to restart this whole game, so.
Hey, yeah.
Honestly, we got a late enough start and we're going slow enough. I don't know if we finish
I might just bankrupt and walk away. Because I'm in a really bad spot, guys.
I did
really bad.
Yeah.
I did walk back. I did at least walk back the decision to take.
It doesn't even
Garibaldi
matter.
out.
Like, it doesn't even matter that you didn't take SFA out, because the thing is, like, SFA is just going to take itself out because it can't run this turn, and then we go to an SR, which it can't. It's going to then again just die. Like, you just put it off by a turn. Like, there's literally no reason for me to buy a train into SFA. But I might force myself just to bankrupt myself because I currently do not have enough money between SFA and everything else to do anything. And my other company is so close to closing, like, I literally can't do anything.
Oh no. Man, RCS was possibly the worst one for you to have gotten off of that flop.
Honestly, like that's like the thing is, I really did not want to float RCS, and I knew that. And then you guys said I should buy two companies, and my brain just stopped working. And I'm kind of just mad at myself for like not realizing that because I knew what I wanted to do, which was only open SFA and nothing else.
Yeah,
And because
I think it's really.
yeah, I just messed up really bad.
I think in this game it's really hard to take on liability for multiple companies at the same time.
I mean, Guerric's doing it really well.
I don't know about really
liabilities though. I mean, he had an easy company to start though, right? And like no one was buying trains, so he was able to double buy trains.
Yeah,
I think you're doing pretty good.
We'll see how well that lasts. Speaking of, it's redeeming one of its shares in the bank pool, and then it's done.
How do I do this? How do I do this? I don't really know if there's a good way to do any of it. Because, like, I can't... I don't think I can do anything about my situation. I think I just lose both companies. Or barely scrape by with RCS. Like, I just don't know how to get out of this terrible position. Because it's really bad.
How much? Well, here's the thing.
Wait, why do I?
Your share value is only 34. You could redeem a share now and then buy one during.
You didn't pay up privates.
You sure?
Yeah, because I should not be $1 short after being $1 short all of last round too.
Yeah, you.
Oh, that's true.
Let's check.
I was at 29 last round before the SR.
So Lily, there is literally a thing you could do. Don't know if you actually want to do it, but.
I could I could redeem, yeah.
If you redeem one share and then buy the other one. But
I just don't know what that gets me. Like, I'm just losing money. I'm literally hemorrhaging money. Like, I've lost so much value at this point. Like, I just feel like I'm out because it might be better to go bankrupt. But the problem is because I have two companies, I need to get rid of both of them.
Yeah, you didn't pay out privates.
I just fixed it.
See, could you? Okay.
That's the problem is like even bankrupting right now isn't good enough because I can't get rid of all of my shares. So like I actually can't bankrupt either to actually get a jump start back into the game. And that's even worse. So I like don't even know what to do.
Oh, and this game doesn't end in bankruptcy.
Can I buy a train after fundraising a train?
How?
Oh, right. I'd have $0.
If fundraising a train bankrupts you? Because you get money?
No, I don't get money. I just have $0 and
I thought
my life is miserable. Not if I can't. If I have no, only if I have no shares.
Oh.
This is why having two companies is so bad. Shazner's awful. Everything is awful. I'm very depressed.
Oh no.
Wow.
No, it's okay. I don't know what to do about this situation at all.
I mean, Lily, could you not that next round just tank your other company, so it just auto closes?
Yeah, but what's the point? I mean, at that point, I'm so far behind y'all. I feel like it. Maybe it is the best thing to do. Maybe I should.
No, but if it happens, if it happens in the what was it? That round, right? Don't you get the bankruptcy right away, and you can just rebuy those companies in that same round?
No, they're off limits until the next stock round.
But I wouldn't be bankrupting them in that SR. I'd be bankrupting them in an OR. So
that's fair.
And Lily has the issue of she'd be taking basically a $1,500 hit in order to gain $500 and lose the liability of her companies.
What's the $1,500? Because I don't see where that's coming from.
Because each time you bankrupt, you take the loan, or in the case of having shares,
right.
but it counts as $750.
I bankrupt twice.
So there's a way you could do with just you could do it with just one bankruptcy, which is I don't even know if this is a good idea or not, but you could literally issue 2 shares with SFA to force close it immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how I get back from this, honestly.
Yeah.
I should never have opened RCS. That was just a mistake right off the bat.
Yeah.
Crit one counts. I would love to let RCS close, but the problem is, I mean, I'd love to let SFA close, but the problem is RCS is so bad and also super close to closing that I'm just in like position where I'm at 0. Actually, I'm at a position where I'm at negative 1,500 if I try to stay in the game.
No, but I thought bankruptcy wasn't for the company. It was for. It would only matter if the player went bankrupt at that 500, that 750. So if this goes bankrupt and she still has a company, she doesn't lose 750 for that. She only loses it if
right.
She has
that's why
nothing.
Alan was saying that she issues shares to immediately close it.
Yeah, I see what's going on. Okay. But the problem is then I don't think I have enough of a way because I bought this. I guess I'd have to buy the train over to make sure that I don't have enough money. All right, let's do it.
Yeah, because then you
I
lose
will
that
spend a whole
50, but
$10 on that train.
Oof.
Oops.
Wait, why are you buying over the train?
I am buying over the train so I can for sure bankrupt on this company.
Got it. You're still going ahead with the bankruptcy plan. Got it.
I am gonna go freaking kamikaze at this point because I don't know what else to do.
And at that point, she'll have $500 more to spend and restart with one of those two companies. I think actually it's going to be SFA because that one dies first.
Yeah, because FSA is the one I don't go bankrupt with. So anyway, I'm buying that
she
over.
Gets to her original plan.
My original plan doesn't work anymore because my original plan was to buy a bunch of trains, let this company die in a horrible fire, and then rush the trains. So like it doesn't make any sense now. I was trying to push trains really hard to make sure all of these early companies wasn't going to get money, but I already messed that up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna lay this here. Buy over the trains. Good.
I was gonna say that's just what I tried in the previous game where Alan force closed the SFA on me when I was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I made a mistake by buying the RCS because I wasn't able to buy trains the first round, and that was just a very, very big mistake. So I don't even need to. The SFA is just going to close on its own in the S. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just issue one share and just force it because I'd rather not deal with it. So this can go away. This train just disappears because.
Does it get the token back, or does the token just go away?
I think it gets the token back.
I think it gets the token back.
Okay.
I think the only time tokens are removed from the game are from the volcano.
Yeah. I mean, the bright side is you've already paid the track laying costs here. Oh, wait, that's a reminder. That needs to have a 40 on it.
Oh, got it. Oh, it went under the table.
What?
I can't. All of the tokens are coming out under the table.
The hell? There we go.
Okay. Guerric fixed it.
I don't know why it stopped working for a second, but whatever.
Interesting.
All right. Stock round. Things are happening. It's Pat's turn to tank everyone's companies because he's the one with money.
Is that what I'm doing?
If you want.
Whatever you want to do, Pat. Pat, you can start SFA. There's a whole new company all of a sudden.
Actually,
that should have no money in it.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Is it? Are you sure?
Does it still have the same rules where it starts with negative $40 for the tokens?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's just a fresh company. It just happens to bear the same name and location.
Yeah, no, I think that's a bad idea for what I want to do. I'm not going to listen to Lily and her shenanigans.
I mean, I clearly have shown I'm terrible at this game, apparently.
I don't know.
I'm buying that. Go.
All right, Lily?
I pass. Can't do anything.
I'll buy that Lilibeo for 40.
96 for that. I can't afford that. Man, I priced myself out of most of the shares. Should I just buy? I think I just buy. Let me see. I'll pass a turn.
Pat?
I'm going to do that.
Or Archimedes.
So you cannot buy and sell in the same turn.
This is true.
So
Oh, I'll buy it and sell it next turn. That's fine. I have it for now. Then
Yeah.
I'm not going to take the money off.
Lily passing.
Yeah, just assume I'm passed.
Yeah, I'm passing.
I pass.
I missed it. Yeah, I see it. Sorry.
I was about to say that does not look like where it was.
Nope. It must have clicked to the wrong square.
Is there anything you're purchasing?
No.
Okay. Lily passes. I pass. Alan.
I'll buy this Archimedes from the bank for 84.
I will pass.
Coming back around to Alan.
I'm on pass.
Pat.
I started the pass.
Pat passed, so
I'm asking if he wants to. Oh yeah, you're right. He started it. Yeah. So yeah, PD's on him at the end. RCS drops one. We go into a set of 2 operating rounds. Yep.
Pay private.
Privates pay. First up is red.
Yep. Okay, so we have 2 rounds here.
We have 2 rounds here.
And Lily still has ACE, so that's not an option.
I'm never giving ACE up anymore. I hate all of you too much.
Are you going to stay in the game just to spitefully sit on ACE or
Yes.
SCE?
Yes, I am.
This is fine.
Are you going to slightly stay in the... What? You don't have a train.
Oh, did we pay privates?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I pressed a button. Should have paid people. Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah, I have $20. Cool. All right, so I lay that, and then I'm pretty sure I just get 90 plus then this other 80 route, so that should be 17 for red. And I will pay out. And let's see. I think I will. Let's see here. Where's the money sitting? What is the current train limit? Is
That's a great question.
4.
4.
Yep.
Train limit's 4.
Interesting. So I think we probably end up on 8 H's right now. And I'd be on a shelf, which is beautiful. Yarg. This is interesting. Okay, so oh God. No, I don't. Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. I'm on a shelf. I don't take that much of a hit if I do this. Sorry, I don't mean to be slow.
Fine.
How bad would it be? Redeem the shares later. Oh. No. I will issue 1 share. Or sorry, I still don't really know how to figure out the long-term effects of issuing shares.
Are you trying to buy that 6H train?
I can't do it this round, and someone else will buy it before I get to. It was more about trying to figure out, do I need to try to fund an 8H train? Just
Well, it's not going to give you
pointless.
enough for the 8H on its own, right?
Well, so if I issue 2 shares, that's enough for the 8H, but then I still have this problem of sitting on this private.
Yeah.
This private is helpful in some ways, but it's also problematic in others.
Telling you, I love the no private life.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't actually love it. I would have loved a small private to buy in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly debating just buying it in for whatever, not stressing over the personal cash loss, just for the value gained in the company. And if I was going to do that, I should probably issue 2 shares. So that I could actually afford the 8H train. Yeah, we'll just keep some options open. I'm going to issue 2. I can always redeem it later if I didn't decide that was dumb. Okay. Which is literally exactly.
Wait, do you redeem it for the new price?
Yeah, that's the thing. If you sell high and buy low, especially if you can make it to a shelf like where I'm at.
What do you mean by the new price, Pat?
Like he can redeem it to 77 from 90. So he went from 107 to 77.
Yeah.
And then he can buy them back for 77. So you just made $60.
Well, I actually fell from 93 to 77.
Well, still, you're still making. Okay.
He can only buy back 1 per operating round.
Mm-hmm.
But still.
And you can't buy back if you sell anything. So you would have
the next operating round.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a sequencing game, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, also that Alan, like while the company might be gaining money, Alan is losing money for stock value.
Yes, also true.
Yeah. Right now I'm banking on making the company long-term viable to make runs that make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Anyways, that is the end of Garibaldi's turn.
All right, Archimedes is up. Archimedes going to lay the green S. Archimedes is going to run its 4 train and 6 train. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3. Just like before. So it's going to be 60, 80, 100, 120, 130, 190. It's going to pay out. Oh, I didn't type anything in. So used to the scripted revenue trackers. There we go. Moves over. And Archimedes is done.
Not issuing shares?
I don't know. The question is, who buys the 6H?
Me, as a player, I buy it.
I feel like IFT probably has to.
Maybe.
And I don't know what IFT does if it doesn't.
Yeah, it's fair. Archimedes has 168. It's running for 19 right now. If I assume it loses the 4 train, it runs for 7. Huh. Mathing. Blurg.
Blurg.
Don't think I can get away with issuing 1.
I think you're in a very similar position to what I was in with Garibaldi. Like, if you're gonna go for an 8H, you probably need to issue 2 and just be on the shelf.
Yep, that's what it looks like. I was trying to calculate incorporating my projected revenue, and yeah, I would need to issue 2 to have enough. And is it worth it? It's probably, maybe? That's always an option. It's also an option. I have regrets. I have regrets. Oh, this game is so smart. I always realize I'm noticing things around too late, basically. Every time we play this, it happens to me. We're going to issue 1 share. 93. And we'll see what happens. All right. Green's officially done. I apologize for the hold up. Blue is up.
You're good.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I've been. Wait, yeah, I'm blue. I was like, wait, am I blue? Yeah, I'm blue. I'm trying to decide. I've been trying to think as if it's worth basically holding everyone up on the 6H and making someone else get it to get an 8H. And I'm looking at the board and I was like, I don't think an 8H benefits me because I can't go through this at all. Not to mention, I won't be able to get there anyway because it's a dead end. I have to start from there, essentially work my way backwards. So I don't think an 8H actually does anything for me because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
An 8H, once SCE
5, 6,
opens
7.
up, gets you to Messina.
Yeah, but to get to that, I need to get to here unless Lily's going to actually sell it, which I don't feel like she's going to. She has no benefit to opening it.
Yep.
Right?
Maybe,
so like,
yeah, no, it's the only thing that's making me money anymore.
right? Like, I mean, like, even like in a new company, like, I don't see you selling it for the 5 income on your company instead. I don't think, like, considering how much it benefits me and Alan, I don't see that being a thing. So it's like, we have to get to here for that to open. So,
Yeah.
like, and at that point, if I can get a 10 before that opens, I can get to here.
Very fair. Very fair.
So I think I need to start making money, and I think I need to buy that 6. And since I need to emergency fund to get it, that means I need to do this.
Nope.
Nope, wrong tile.
Yep.
Right idea, wrong tile. No, what do you mean? There's no city there? You sure? 10 bonus points. So I'm gonna do that, which then means I need to go to emergency buy. So I need to make this go to 0. Spend money. And I do 55, take money.
And then spend 200 of it.
Spend 200. 200, spend.
There you go.
I am at that point then going to do that thing where we take one of these and do that for how much ever that's worth.
54.
Yeah. So I go down to 54. Don't take money. Cool. I think that's Blue's turn for now.
Okay. Lilibeo's up. Lilibeo is going to 2 4H's. Life is still the same. Let's lay that. And then we will do our run again for 13. Paying out. Lilibeo moves over. Lilibeo will... It's got 200 in there. Share price of 45. Oof. Oof. Oof, that would be something. That would be something.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome, welcome.
I haven't died yet.
Woo!
Because it hasn't been my turn.
Very nice. Very nice.
Always good.
Uh,
I figured if Guerric just goes slow enough, it'll never be my turn, and then I'll never die.
did IFT by the 6H?
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Which reminds me, I should... That. I'm debating issuing shares with Lilibeo. Can't decide how bad of
Yeah.
an idea it is.
Man. You're already holding 40%.
We're gonna stay the course. Not gonna issue anything. So RCS is up.
All right, RCS will make me crash and burn.
Bye, RCS.
Oh wait, actually no. First, I'm gonna spend this $40.
Wait, if you
lay
emergency
this
fundraise a
track.
train but bankrupt off of it, does it still buy the train?
No.
I mean, if you can buy an 8H train for like $70.
If she could get enough to buy the train, she wouldn't go bankrupt, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was more curious just because it would have the effect of melting all the 4Hs.
Yeah, no. I mean, she doesn't. She fails to buy the train.
I fail to buy the train, which is why I'm going bankrupt.
Yeah. Are these? No, they're just not stacking.
Oh. It's because they're locked.
Oh, you locked them.
I didn't think I locked them, but I guess I did.
No one can buy these shares.
Not allowed. Wait, so I'm assuming this goes after SFA in full order.
Yes. Net stock price comes off the market. All right. Are you leaving the game or are you taking a loan?
Can I think about it? I wanted to take a loan, but then I looked at the clock and realized it's 12 a.m. and I need to go to work tomorrow morning. So,
I mean, if you just need to leave, that's fine.
I don't want to, though. That's the problem. It's like I want to stay and I want to play, but I'm also very bad at this.
Well, the interesting implication is if you don't leave, SCE stays in. If you do leave, SCE goes away.
I'm gonna stay.
You sure?
No. Well, you guys have another OR to do, so I don't really think it's gonna matter if I choose to leave or stay, making your decisions in that OR.
It does for the SCE.
Oh yeah, I guess that's fair. Boo.
See.
Yeah, because that would have changed everything. I did that round. Because I bought the train assuming you were keeping it and playing still.
True. It's true. Yeah, I'll stay.
Okay. We're on to the next OR. Privates pay. Lily, you need to take your... Yeah, you got your loan? Okay.
I don't have the loan. Is there like a token I need to...
Not in this mod. We'll just have to remember.
I will make my own.
Privates paid. Red is up first.
All right. Just for clarity's sake, not for any other reason. SCE, so like you lose all your stocks if you go bankrupt, but keep the private?
It's a good question.
I mean, it doesn't make sense because I wouldn't have been able to like sell it.
I mean,
As far as I know.
This is true. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Did someone just rewind
That
time?
might have...
Someone
I
rewind
don't
to
think
John.
anything.
Yeah, it seems okay.
Someone's getting funky with the keyboard.
Is there an alt? Is there an alt command?
I think Control Z rewinds, or at least it used to.
Okay, I alt tabbed, so I don't know if that was.
Okay.
My fingers were around those buttons, but I don't think it was me.
We'll just assume that Lily keeps SCE.
Yeah, I see nothing about giving up privates that are still held, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it in the private section. I'm not seeing it in the player elimination section. So, as far as I can tell, she keeps it.
Makes perfect sense to me. All right, I need to math a little bit, so
Press F for respect.
plus 9 is 2. All right, I think I can do 10 plus 25. I think I can purchase in my private 5. Yeah, I should have. Oh well. I will then immediately close it. And I will place the green Catania and token it. And I already calculated this out. This route is 130, and this route is 90, which is 220.
Wait, how did you?
He uses teleport.
Oh. Fair enough.
I will pay out.
I don't pay attention for 5 seconds, and all of a sudden there's a token on my city.
It just happened to be the most important 5 seconds of the game.
Apparently.
And then I will purchase an 8H train for 350.
Yep.
Cool.
There go the 4 H's.
This is the moment where I feel like Alan takes away the game.
This was a significant for me. I do wish I had issued a single additional share because I could have just gotten more value off of private and then been able to buy back all the shares, but oh well.
Garibaldi's done?
Garibaldi is done.
All right. Archimedes is up. Archimedes will I didn't math for that. Let me redo my math real quick. Getting dangerous ideas. We'll just...
Thinking about withholding.
Oh, the track I want doesn't exist. Unfortunate. Fortunate indeed. Well, in that case, I don't love any of my track lays. Let's just... Okay, this because we can. Have a good night, Crit One Callens. Yeah, we'll do that. We are now running for... Wait, did I math wrong? It seems too good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I did math too much. That makes more sense. Yeah, okay. That's what my original math was, and that makes more sense. We're running for 11. We're gonna withhold. Moving left. And we'll buy an 8H train. 350. Archimedes is then done. Yep. So on to blue.
So I'm gonna put that down. Put that down there. Closing that private.
Makes perfect.
Is there a track I want to upgrade? I mean, I'm gonna do this either way. So I get 150. That doesn't change.
Paying out?
I'm not sure. I'm debating if I want to lay a track somewhere. Sorry.
It's okay.
I mean, I'll mostly feel like I'm literally just sitting here waiting for this to open at this point.
Kind of.
Yeah, the one thing you could do would be to try to loop through past here. I just don't know that it gains you much because this port is so valuable.
Yeah. I mean, you could...
We're not in brown yet.
Yeah, I was thinking if there was an upgrade you could do in anticipation of it. What's the... Is this what it look? That's
It
what
has to be that way. Yeah, it has to be that way.
I was going to say you could maybe try and lay something to help with that, but even that doesn't really have anything.
No, at this point. Like, the only thing I can think of is, like, trying to go, like, this way and, like, doing something until this opens, but, like...
I don't think you get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, I just wouldn't bother laying anything.
Spend 100.
Yeah, this being a single token tile hurts. It does upgrade to 2 later on.
The pacing of this game is so awkward at 4-player. Like our 3-player games, they have that drag in the yellows, but I feel like they've blazed through the greens and browns. And then the times we play 4-player, it does this, where it just drags out.
I feel like there's a significant train rush. But the thing is, Lilabeo's gonna buy a train. I don't know if you just buy a train over from Archimedes, but I don't know that helps you.
Yeah, I paid out, which puts me to 54.
Actually, you'll have to, because
I'm done.
Raise it.
Yeah, the plan is to buy over the 6H.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
In
which case, when Lily
did you say
comes
IFT
in,
paid out?
buys an 8H.
Yeah, I already moved it.
Oh, you moved it, you just didn't flip it?
I didn't flip it. Sorry.
That's fine. Lilabeo's up. Lilabeo's...
one question.
Sure.
Before I pay out, or does that have to be after I pay out that I do this? If I private, sorry.
Oh, you can do that at any point on the company's turn, so you can do it after paying out.
Can I pay out and then do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the thing in this game.
Yeah, you can buy into privates anytime during the operational round.
Yeah. There's a couple games where there's timings for it. This is not one of them.
Spend money. Okay, I'm done then. Continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Actually, Lilibeo. Maybe we'll drop that for 80.
That's awesome.
We'll fall back.
Man.
And we'll buy over the 8H, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Because what is Archimedes doing with an 8H train that's all that valuable?
I mean, it would add $40 to Archimedes, so it's not nothing, but it's the difference between Lilibeo running like nothing and reaching Palermo.
Yeah, because you can actually run Trapani to Palermo, I think.
Yeah.
And what we're in the 30s, the mid-tier ones, right?
Yep.
The high value,
you know what?
Gray is at the 12.
Shoot, I guarantee you I ran for middle value in 6H at one point when I shouldn't have. Well, there goes the dream of the perfect game again. But anyway, yellow's done. That is our operating round. Ooh, stop doing that. We're back to a stock round. PD's on Pat.
What about me? Oh, PD's on me. I'm gonna initially just buy this for, was that 54 now? Yeah, 54.
Lily? Would you like to float a company?
Thinking about this. No, I don't.
Would you like to invest in companies?
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Oh, wait, actually, or there.
Well, if you're investing, clearly you want the value to be good.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, to me, I'm buying that Archimedes. Excuse me, for 70.
I guess I'll buy the remaining bank pool Garibaldi for 86.
Pat?
I'm gonna pass.
Lily?
Actually, no. Do I want to do that? Don't know if I want to do that. I'll spend 40 to buy one from Lilibeo.
I will also spend 40 to buy a Lilibeo.
I will also spend 40 to buy a Lilibeo.
Make sure Lilibeo gets all the money it just deserves.
Oh, yeah. How many times was that? 3?
3.
Take your money.
Thank you, Cass.
I will caution the table that Lilibeo is one step away from the 2 value share coming out.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true. Oh, do we know what cert limit is in this game? Did we check?
It's on the website. It's at 11.
It is 11.
I remember that detail. Don't know what to do here.
Can I just say how nice it is to have a functional mod?
Oh man, I don't want to give money to companies though.
Honestly, when the values are this low, it almost doesn't matter.
Right. You're actually in a way attacking the company purchasing the share right now because you are limiting the potential of the company. Shazner, I think this mod's actually older. This is the one that's called like something stupid like 1849 Simple. There's 3 mods on the workshop. There's one that's 1849 Scripted, which as I recall is just awful. I haven't looked at it in months, but I think it was just awful. There's 1849 Simple, which is this one, which is great. And there's 1849 like V2, which has been awful in our experience. Like shares on the treasuries don't work, buttons are missing. It's functional, it's just awful. So yeah, 1849 Simple is the mod to use.
I'm gonna buy one of those for the 89. So you can have your 86, sorry.
Okay.
Lily?
I'm gonna buy an IFT for 54.
I'm gonna pass.
I will also buy an IFT.
I'm gonna pass.
Lily?
Well, why don't we just keep going with my buy one of everything route? Spending 70 for an
Archimedes?
Yeah.
I'm passing.
I'll pass. Shoot. Sorry. No company is allowed to have this much sheet, so I'm going to buy an R for 7.
I pass.
Lily?
What is the likelihood that if I buy the CTL, someone else is going to sell and buy the 20? feel like it's pretty high. Yeah, I'll spend another 86 to buy the red thing.
All right, I'll pass.
I will sell an Archimedes to for 7.
Yep.
Pat?
I pass.
Really?
I'm gonna pass.
I'm on pass. Alan?
I pass as well.
All right, that's everyone.
I get PD again.
Yeah, you have PD again. At the
Yep.
end, Archimedes drops, but it's already there. Nothing is sold out. We have 2 operating rounds. Red is up first. Private's Bay. Thank you.
Give us our money. No.
Pile laser relic red. I mean, I guess I could with a 2 duckstep 6, 7, 10. I need a 12 tree run. So I don't that it helps me.
You know, I've never understood why standard gauge is solid black, narrow gauge is dotted white and black, and then dual gauge is solid white. Why wouldn't you just have the dual gauge be the spotted
White and black?
White and black. Because then it's both. Visually,
I wasn't going to say anything earlier, but that's something that crossed my mind.
I guarantee you it's because like narrow gauge came before dual gauge or something. Like that there was a game with just narrow gauge maybe. And it just like, you know, dual gauge got retrofitted. But I don't, whatever the reason, it bugs me. It's a tiny thing. Bad UI design in my train game. Shazner, we sacrifice art for the UI. The UI better be damn good. I joke. I do like the look of train games generally when done right. It's got a sort of minimalist look to it that I appreciate.
And my run does not change. I run for 220. Stay out.
Move over. Would you like to issue shares?
Gosh. How aggressively do I want to play into that last 8H train? Like, come on, what am I even doing at this point? I think no, because I need to start saving value for permanents.
Yeah. Those permanents go fast.
Do.
All right, on to Archimedes. Archimedes will continue to mourn life. It'll just drop that. Archimedes going to run its 6 train for the... Actually, no, Archimedes a little money. Does it care to upgrade its route by $10? The cost of 40? That doesn't feel very good. Doesn't feel very good at all. That doesn't feel worth. We'll continue to run at 11. Who the heck's gonna buy that 8H train? This is awful. This is awful.
I mean, one of y'all has to, or else Garibaldi just runs you guys into the ground.
Yeah, I know. Doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Ugh. Our routes suck. Pay out.
Yeah,
And
Archimedes feels bad when you get locked out of Catania.
yeah, it is what it is, though. Archimedes is done. So we move on to blue.
Yeah. I feel like there's no point in building anything.
Yeah, this game runs out of track lays, kind of, in this phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just literally no point for me laying track, so I guess I just...
Yeah, I was kind of trying to set up for this just in case I ever happen to have $160 laying around, but blah.
I mean, it technically... Yeah.
I don't know that it actually helps much, which is why it probably never actually happens. So.
No, I'm just gonna hit payout. Oh, that was not the right amount. Okay. 150 payout. There we go. Blue's done.
Okay. Yellow's up. Yellow's going to lay the P.
Yay.
And token it. Of course.
Oh, that's interesting. You gave Lily such a hard time about running standard gauge track. That's the only option she actually had.
Yeah, I know.
Anyways.
Who's playing with this so much? Stop touching it.
Sorry. It was like cockeyed.
Anyway, we're running the 8H train. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, just running from Palermo to Trapani. So we're getting 9, 10, 11,
18.
12. Yep, that's 18.
Sweet. With that full 8H train value.
Yeah, baby. The port's only 10. Okay, not crazy. Let's pay it out. And the Libeo moves over. And it's done. Yep. So that's our first operating round. We do it again. Private's pay. Red's up.
Right. Red does not lay any tiles, runs the same thing, and clicks pay out. Red is done.
Green is up. Green, go ahead and lay. I think this is one. Can't run it, but it upgrades in the future.
I thought you couldn't connect them like that, or can you just not use them?
You just can't use it. because it leaves the potential for this one day.
Okay.
And I double checked that a minute ago to make sure I was not crazy.
Yep.
All right, we laid that. We are running for 11. Pan out. Made it back to where we were. Look at that. Do we buy the Cruddy Poison 8H?
You got the money.
May as well. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. All right, that's green. All done. Yeah. Blue's up.
Staying out. Moving on.
Pat is done with it. No, chat, it is definitely an earthquake, according to the AAG rulebook. Messina earthquake. Although that is definitely a volcano on that tile over there. Right. Yellow has no track lays. Yep, I don't see any. So it's just running again for 18. Paying out. Ooh, I smell microwave mac and cheese cup. That's the operating round. Gotcha, Sasner. That makes sense. Stock round's up. Pat, you have priority deal.
I'm going to pass for now.
Lily.
Is making a mac and cheese cup.
She is. I don't know if she's
No, I'm not.
It smells like it. What did you make?
Bacon.
Oh, it's your bacon. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for some reason, smells like mac and cheese.
Well, it's fake bacon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like the microwave bacon, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's vegetarian.
Oh, okay. Much better than the microwave bacon then.
Still probably shouldn't. I still probably shouldn't confuse it for the fake mac and cheese, but it. You know what? I'm just gonna say they're both mentally associated with microwaves and leave it at that.
Yep. Freshman year of college, I was gifted a pack of shelf-safe microwave bacon. I ate one piece of it. It was so bad.
Okay, wait. Why is everyone passing? What do y'all know that I don't know?
Oh wait, Lily passed?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's just an awkward place to buy shares, isn't it? Because, like, everything's got liability. I mean, I guess actually Archimedes pretty safe now that it has an 8H train, but you could still, because you own two companies, you could buy over the other train and dump the other company.
I'm surprised nobody's jumping on a new company or anything. I mean,
well, I haven't gone yet.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I'm gonna buy the Archimedes.
I just want to say, if I buy a company, I can't afford to float the train, and I'll just go bankrupt.
It's fair.
Yeah.
All right, I bought the Archimedes that's in the bank pool. I'm done.
Okay.
Actually, wait, I don't need to care about the Archimedes that's there. It's done its damage.
Yeah. You're already on a shelf.
Yeah, we're not buying that. Hold on. Hold on. 77. Give me that money back. No. Okay, now I get it. No one wants to buy the Garibaldi and open up the 20%.
I mean, I think that's basically true of most of the companies.
I think it's just the Labeo and Garibaldi. The other two have an extra 10%.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I kind of hate that last 20%. It makes things weird.
Yeah, it does kind of stall the game out a little bit in terms of the share purchases. I think it's probably there to help incentivize for there to still be a little bit of company growth. Because as long as there's a bit of a stall out, the company's still getting 30% value whenever it runs. Did you do your turn, Guerric?
No, I'm debating how worth it is to just buy that Garibaldi 10%.
I'd be thrilled if you did.
Yeah. I don't know how to do what's good for me in this situation.
Well, Garibaldi's running well, even if it means you cede me the 20%. The fact of the matter is, then Garibaldi has no inbound value, which means buying a permanent train is going to cost me. So even if I end up with the 20, it's going to cost me to do that. Also means I probably don't float SFA, which probably means that the train rush is a little slower.
Yeah, that's a good description, Shackle Blue. That is very accurate.
Oh yeah. This game has a bit of a dark potential for like runaway early games.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy an IFT.
It was how much?
Okay.
68?
Yeah, 68.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not convinced we don't already have a runaway. I honestly don't know. I don't know the game well enough to have a read, but it feels like you have a really solid position, Alan. You have a capital lead. You have a company with perfect endgame routes. You feel like you're in the dominant position this whole game.
Yeah. I'm definitely in a good position. Honestly, I feel like I was in a really good position off of flop.
Yeah.
I think having Garibaldi and token teleport without having to do anything else, and then being able to buy somebody else's share just because I could.
Yeah.
I think coming out of the first stock round, I was in a pretty dominant position.
Yeah, I didn't realize how dominant it was until we came out of that stock round, and I was just like, oh no. And then things got
I'm telling you, the Real, you guys are disagreeing with me, but I really feel like it needs to go for like 300.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess it's highly dependent on what company it has, but
right. I didn't disagree that it was value. I just I thought there was a chance I could get better value getting Lilibeo and Archimede because I could see that was how the first stock round was going to play out.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't. So Lilibeo feels like not trash tier in the way that SFA is, but it doesn't feel like it's running.
No,
I've never seen a game where it excels.
I mean, there's a reason I parred Lilibeo low and Archimede high. My plan was like Lilibeo was going to funnel value to Archimede, and then somehow this game went all backwards and wonky, and Lilibeo was the good one for a while. And
well, I feel like
I bought IFT.
Oh,
Lily.
Okay.
I feel like because it took 3 or 4 ORs to get into the green trains, I think that stalled things in a really awkward way.
Yeah. Yep, that's all Lily's.
Fine.
Oh, interesting. Okay. IFT is sold out. It does mean it'll start raising up. So
Yeah,
that has some value.
I'm back to being in an awkward spot, though.
What do you think, Guerric? Do you want this 10% Garibaldi?
Man, it sucks.
I think it's pretty good.
Well, no, I just don't like giving you the 20% because it feels like I'm just handing you even more capital control.
I don't disagree that it's definitely good for me. I I think I kind of outlined the ways in which me getting it is better than anybody else getting it, but it is good for me if that happens. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. I bought the IFT hoping I would have a different choice coming around to this turn, but instead, IFT got bought out, and that extra Archimedes that was floating around got bought out. So now I'm down to opening things up for people.
I mean, there's an Archimedes up here still.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I think my choice in what I do for the rest of the SR is somewhat dependent on what you do.
Right.
There's a good chance that I do float SFA, which would give you other things to buy. I don't know.
Right. It's where I'm down into a really weird position just based on my seat and not any choices I made, because everything I do timing-wise is forced to open up 20% opportunities for other people.
Yep.
And it's where I don't like that 20% in this game, the final 20%. 77. It feels like the problems with seating order, but magnified. Like the way priority deal can be kind of capricious, it feels like that extended. I sort of priority deal, I prefer it something like 1828, but you know, it just sort of barely passes in 1830 for me. Ooh boy, the SFA Mark II.
Yep, SFA that starts with $288 in the bank.
I'm gonna move your trains back over.
Thank you. I just have a lot of
Yep.
things to optimize here. All right. There you go, Guerric. Options on things to buy now.
Yeah. Options.
Yeah, but I don't really want to give SFA more money. I'd rather him sell shares to make money. I'm gonna pass.
I mean, you could always buy just to dump. I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
It does give the company money though, so like I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
I tried doing that in one of our previous games. I bought things up and then I sold them, and
the problem is at the 144 starting range, I am getting a lot of value out of that.
You are. Lily, are you doing anything?
I want to do something, but I don't know what that is. No. Only at 40%.
Currently at 40%. I mean, that's the thing. You could end up at 30%, Guerric at 20%. I end up with only a slight value lead on the best company.
Yeah, I think I am going to buy one.
Okay. That is 114 to Garibaldi.
Okay.
Well, there you go, Guerric. You have an option.
Yeah, now I have to muster up some money. 114 times 2 is 228. I have 101 in
How
cash.
many shares would you have to sell for this?
That's what it's time to find out. I need to make 127 bucks in cash. How can we make that happen? Oh my. Benzanator is rating with a party of 41. That's insane. There can't be that many people interested in 18xx games.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Hey, everyone. We're just doing math and running trains. Yeah, I need to make up $127. only worth 50.
Well, and you have to do it by mostly selling your own shares. That hurts.
They're on ledges, but yeah, it is not good. It's not good. Let me put it that way. It's all kinds of not good. If I sell one of each, I think it gives me exactly enough. Selling at 50 and 77. Take money.
Oh, that's not as bad as I thought.
228. Yep.
Okay.
Buy the Garibaldi 20%.
I think selling 2 shares for 20% is definitely worth it.
Agreed.
If it had 3 or more, I would have questioned it. But yeah, I think that's solid. So I get enough money to guarantee a permanent. Love it.
Yep. Good for you. Not as good for me, but still good. I don't know.
So let's see here. Let's take a look. So 68, 50, 77. So
Onzinator, what do you stream? Why did you raid us? I'm so confused. Nice to meet you too. Thank you for the raid. I certainly appreciate it.
that's 77. That's 68.
Castles of Burgundy, Gen Con, Castles of Tuscany. Well, hello.
Sounds like some good games.
Man, I haven't played Castles of Burgundy in years.
I've actually never played Castles of Burgundy.
Also same.
It's a solid game.
I played one
school,
Stefan
but good.
Feld game. I played Trajan. I admittedly hated every second of it. But I've heard enough good things about Castles of Burgundy that I do want to try it.
People really like Trajan, and I don't get it personally. It's not my style of game.
I hated
That's fair.
every
That's
second of it. I have never disliked a game more than Trajan.
40.
Guerric, can you flip my hand so I can see the values I have?
Yes, I can do that. Hold on.
I would appreciate it if you
I was like,
see.
what? Oh, I see.
There you go.
Thank you.
TTS magic.
Was it like that the entire game, Lily?
Yes.
Should have said something sooner.
I didn't notice it with only 2 shares this entire time before this. Why would I have ever noticed?
That's totally fair.
Poor Lily.
I'm sitting in a corner, okay? Let me be in my corner.
It's okay. That was me the first few rounds while I did nothing. Just sat there in my nice corner.
Timothy J is now on Guerric Samples' Games' side. I don't even know what that means.
I think it was your comment on one of the games.
It's just highlighted red
Is it?
in OBS, and I have no clue why.
I don't know. Maybe
I don't see that.
Is it italicized in OBS?
Yeah, it says no.
Yes.
Oh, okay, then I got nothing.
I don't know how this stuff works.
Was it my turn, by the way? I'm sorry.
I have no clue who's
Are we
doing
ready?
this. I got
Yes, so
distracted.
You are done, Alan.
I
Okay.
purchased an SFA, and now it is your turn.
You sold this. It goes down to 57.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Did any of them get brought down?
Just that one.
Thank you, Jessar.
I'm buying it from the bank.
Cool, makes sense. You were at 60.
I am.
Huh.
Yeah, Jessar, I know an embarrassingly little amount about like Twitch IRC stuff, given I stream every day of the week basically, and I watch a fair amount of Mario and Spelunky streamers in my free time, so I should know this stuff.
Learning more about
Dad.
Guerric's daily life habits every day.
I watch a lot of Just Cook and Twiggle. Those are the people I watch a lot of.
I can confirm.
And Barbarous King.
Nice.
I used to watch
you
Ryu
used to watch. Yeah, you used to watch Ryu a lot.
He shifted demographic a bit. He does more Mario Maker now, and I'm into the ROM hacking.
That's fair. I'm going to buy one of the Archimedes in the this.
Okay.
I'm on pass. I have $0.
Hang on, I've got to do math.
Math? On my stream? I don't think so, Buster.
Yeah.
Dear God, Garibaldi has.
I mean, he bought a company that needs 550 money to float. He's going to be selling shares. Unless he thinks that he can get 2 purples. I guess purples first. He can buy a train.
I am about
Maybe
to
that's what he's
get
planning.
wrecked by the train rush, I feel like.
I'm just debating right now if it's worth it to sell a Lilibeo and an Archimedes to buy one more SFA just so that I can buy a 10H train.
Honestly, I think that... If I remember correctly, the 12H does run a lot better than the 10H. But that value difference...
The 10H is very awkward.
Yeah, but that cost difference between the 10H and the 12H is not insignificant. That is a tough decision.
Well, I mean, I don't think I make up enough for the 12H. It's like if I buy one more share, I can afford the 10H.
Right.
Otherwise, I'm purchasing over the 8H probably from Garibaldi.
That makes sense.
The problem is if I keep dropping shares and y'all just gobble them up. And then I end up in a position where the only shares I could possibly purchase are SFA shares.
It's not
You
true.
also need to be careful if Guerric decides to sell this, Lily gets control if she buys it.
True? I don't know if Guerric does that.
Probably not. I'm just saying you gotta be careful, that's all. Especially if you can't afford to buy it. Like if Guerric wanted to drop it right now, Lily could just take that company from you and then you lose it.
No, I would just sell an SFA.
I'm too scarred to take another company right now.
I definitely wouldn't drop Garibaldi if I don't have to.
No, I know.
I mean, if
honestly,
I push too hard, I maybe have to purchase trains. I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Yeah,
depending where PD falls, if you have to purchase trains, he could just get SOL if Lily has PD.
Yeah, the reality is, even if that were to happen, I can just start selling SFA shares.
Yeah, I don't think you're too worried.
Oh no, overall position, I'm like in a good position.
Yeah,
I just am debating on whether I purchase into one more share of SFA by selling my last 2 off-brand shares. Knowing that I'm probably never getting them back if I do that. Guess I could always emergency fundraise during the stock or during the OR to buy the 10H train. That'd be goofy.
Honestly, there's something to that. Like, if
it has the same overall effect, and then SFA keeps its value a little bit, but I personally lose value in that scenario. Who purchased last? Was it me? Or did Lily buy something? I don't remember.
I think Lily passed.
Yeah, no, she bought
I bought the green one, but I don't know if that was before or after.
So Guerric has PD right now.
I'm gonna pass then.
Pat?
Hmm. I mean, I have no reason not to buy something if I'm not going to have PD anyway.
It's true enough.
Lily gets it. I mean, does being third versus fourth matter?
Depends
Not really.
entirely on what's available.
True.
I mean, if one of these two value shares gets unlocked, that might impact you. I mean,
I still don't think I'm getting it if that happens, but yeah.
Yeah, I would have to do it, and right now I'm probably more inclined to buy SFA shares.
I
They're really
think
valuable.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pass. Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Lily?
I pass.
Okay, that is our stock round. PD ends up on me. Hello, Peanut. At the end, Archimedes and Lilibeo fall. They're already on the shelves, so they don't care. Blue is sold out, so it rises up 1.
Yay.
Red is sold out, so it rises up 1. I think that's
bad.
Yep.
That's the bad one.
And we will have 2 operating rounds. Privates pay. Purple is up first.
Okay, purple. Do I care about? Well, I'm gonna first off.
Put out your token.
But then the question is how much I care about upgrading this while it still has money. Maybe I don't. Because I could just token Terra Nova. I wish there was like a goofy Y option. Like a Y that had 1 standard gauge and 1 gauge. I realize that wouldn't make any sense since they'd share a path, but still. God, SFA kind of sucks. Maybe SFA.
Yeah, I'm surprised you put so much into it.
It was about the train rush.
Yep.
And honestly, stock value is more important at this point than the actual company run capacities.
Yep.
Maybe I lay this way. It's, well, this being narrow gauge on that side kind of makes it harder to tie into this Palermo run. Let's see.
You could just beeline from Marsala, cut across the dit.
Well, Marsala is tokened by Lilibeo.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So you could not do that, because that would be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
No, actually, the principle applies. You just if you tie into the dit, you can change track at the dit.
Oh, this is true.
You just have to have a sufficiently long train to get there. But I mean, if you tie in, you could token Palermo, and then you're good anyway.
Well, that's what I was. Actually, you can't, because you can't take the last token spot.
Yep, RCS needs it. That's a good point.
Because that's one thing I was debating, was whether or not I actually just narrow gauge directly into Palermo with the hopes of eventually getting an R6H. Don't know where I get the money for that, but we shall see.
That's a problem for future Alan.
Yeah, the R6Hs are cool, but the timing on them is awkward.
They're cool, but they almost serve the purpose of being a release valve to stop people from going bankrupt at the end, you know?
Well, I think it's necessary, though, because bankruptcy doesn't end the game.
It's true.
Bankruptcy in 18xx is not game-breaking because the game actually ends. I kind of feel like only even tokening Terra Nova serves no purpose, really.
It's free.
It doesn't gain me any extra range. right? Because if I get a 10, it's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. And that's as far as I can go.
You could token,
oh, wait, narrow gauge.
You could token Ragusa just to be annoying.
I could, but that doesn't ultimately have a lot of impact. I guess the question is where are my tokens potentially alternatively going, and there's not really a lot of argument to saving them.
Clearly, you go for Kaltana Seta.
Oh, obviously, yeah. I mean, I could upgrade this for 40 to green is probably actually the correct play, because that opens up future options. I would have to take one of the Ks.
Oh.
That one are the two options. So if I spend $40, that brings me down to $352. And at that point, I think the idea of fundraising at 10H just isn't there. So I think if I spend any money at all, that actually makes it impossible to fundraise.
It's also you giving up your shares, so
It is. It is. 8H is burnt by the 16H. But the second Garibaldi buys a 10H, that burns your 6H, which means you'll be forced to buy a train, but everybody else is safe. So the only person incentivized to buy a train would be IFT. You buy a 10H train, and then the 12H is stalled. But I can shuffle some money around at least. Sorry, I just need to. I almost wish I had gotten the extra SFA share, because then I could have maybe bought 2 10H trains, but I don't know.
2. You mean across both companies?
Yeah,
Got it.
that doesn't make sense. What? I wouldn't do that. Maybe selling the shares is the better thing. In which case, selling and buying the SFA share would have been a better option. Gosh, now I'm annoyed. I think
when you overthink everything.
Probably.
It's like the Oglaf webcomic.
Okay. Yep, here's what we're gonna do. We are going to upgrade this track to green, I think. No, this one. This green. For 40. I am then going to purchase over 8H train. Buy the 6H. I mean, the 6H is just gonna die.
Yeah, when you buy the train on red.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm assuming that's what you're doing.
It is. It is. I'm kind of trying to figure out if that makes any sense to shuffle any money over. I don't think it does. Um. Yeah. We'll buy it over for probably just $1. And we will not run, we'll fall back. Sad.
The progress is done.
Yeah. I am probably gonna issue some shares. Yeah, I think at least 1, possibly 2 shares get issued. Let me just click up the money and see where I end up. So, let's see. 1, 2. Let's issue 3 shares.
Oh boy. I will drop you down on the stock market. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, wait. Is it that I can't on the...
Oh, this is the first turn operating, isn't it? Yeah. You can't do this.
Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind. I wasn't sure if that was just a first OR thing or if it was the first...
No, it's the company's first operation.
Okay, never mind. Never mind. SFA is done.
Okay. Garibaldi.
Next, Garibaldi. Still doesn't have a lot of meaningful track laying to do. Although I do wonder maybe I should be trying to help out SFA at this point.
I don't know how it would.
Well, there's an argument for cutting across Caltanissetta.
Is there, though?
It's an expensive thing to do, sure. But I gotta do it while I've got some money, and I'm about to get a permanent train out of the deal, so... The thing is, I don't know that Garibaldi's money ever makes it to SFA. And it'll only have, like, $50 left over anyways. 90. So I could... Could try to do that. Alternatively... There's a argument. Where is it? There's an argument for this.
What, the whole stack?
For later. Hmm? Oh. I didn't realize that's what was happening.
Yep.
I don't know that actually matters.
Cost you 40 too.
Yeah, it would cost $40. No, we're not going to lay any track.
Okay.
I can always lay that later if I need to.
Famous last words.
Oh, yeah, totally. Alright, so anyways, we're just going to run the 1-6H, which... You just... The port is the most...
It's 130 for me, so I don't know how much it is for you. It's 150 for me, so it's 130 for you. Yeah.
Yeah, with just the 1-6H train. Payout.
I've moved you over.
Go ahead and buy this 10H.
All right.
My 6H.
There go the 6Hs.
Sad face. Are you done?
Well, I can't issue shares, so yes.
All right, I'm falling back because I can't run.
Wait, green goes.
Oh shoot, green is before me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Green doesn't have the money to buy a train anyway, so you don't need
I
to worry
know.
about that. But
I wasn't worried about that. I wasn't worried about that. I was like, oh, skip. I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself. We've been after red like the entire game.
Do 30. Do I care about any of these track lays? It really doesn't feel like it. It's got the 8H train. Still in the middle value.
No, someone brought brown.
No, it.
Oh, we have to get there.
Yeah, we gotta get there. I'm trying not to make the mistake I definitely made before.
What's that?
I definitely paid the middle value during the 6Hs at one point. Shazn, you're talking about this one? No one's running it. It's just the upgrade. I checked this when I went to lay it. Let me check again. The tile may be placed so that narrow gauge track terminates against standard gauge or vice versa, even though a train cannot run through such a connection. Either gauge may terminate against dual gauge track. From the rulebook. I do think we're going to take this opportunity to upgrade it, though. There are higher value upgrades, but I think
there's not a lot of those Ks. In fact, that's the only one.
It's the only one. And I don't actually know how much value that is to me, but it feels like I may as well just take it while it's there.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I think that's probably correct.
Yeah. So we're gonna run, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think is probably it. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. And pan out. Pay out until I go broke. Because that's a thing that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, once the 16Hs get hit, if we make it there.
Yeah. All right. Green is done.
Okay. Now I'm gonna do that. Boom. Can't do anything else, so I buy this for 550. Spend money.
Oh, did you want to lay any tiles?
Am I allowed to? No, we're in brown now, right?
We're in brown.
Yeah.
For track purposes.
So there's no reason not to do this.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't get to use it this turn, but it's fine. Let's go back up there. Now I'm done.
All right. Yellow's up. Yellow's going to drop the brown P.
God, that 130 value is great.
It is great. Running our 8H train. I think the same route as before. It's just got that $40 bump. 2, 3, 4. So it should be 22 now.
Wow. Making me glad I kept my shares. Or at least the couple that I did keep. Maybe buying the percent mistake. I should have kept the IFT and Archimedes sold.
I have 40% of it. At $88. That's not nothing. Ugh. Ugh. Pay out. I don't know how to make good decisions. Alright, so the Lebeo's done. Yeah, stock price isn't high enough to issue to get anything worthwhile, so we will just hold out. Okay, that's the first of the 2 operating rounds. We do it one more time, starting with red.
Okay. Red will lay... is it worth it to lay Messina? Does it get me anything? Because I'm probably still just running Catan to the port.
Yeah, if you're not running it, it's not worth laying, because it'll just go away.
Actually, the top end of... No, that doesn't happen till
Not
the
there yet.
earthquake.
Yep.
Yeah, probably just lay this for SFA here in a second. Where's the brown? Here it is. Lay that. Then I think I just run for, I hit the 90 to the 60 plus 10 is 16. So I'm a little bit better now. But I really need the 12 train so that the Messina happens. I need Lily's private to go away.
Not gonna lie, I was really hoping that you were going to not shuffle trains around because I could have sold your red and afforded the 812H. And I would have bitten the bullet just so we can open that up. Oh well.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna say that in the moment. I was gonna let you to make your decisions, but
yeah. No,
I
think selling down my share value would have been a mistake ultimately. I'm running.
I would have been okay with you doing it.
See, that's a
I can
great
be
reason
okay
for me
with
to
somebody
not
buying
do
it
it.
in. I'm okay putting it up for sale. Someone wants to buy it, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
buy it literally just for someone to open up another fucking train and it's gone.
It's at 162 now. God. All right. That is Garibaldi. Next we move over to SFA. SFA may not have a tile lay.
Man.
Yeah, I feel like keeping my value in the company's more. Because I could upgrade Ragusa for 40. That at least a little.
Yeah, no, it really sucks like floating that company, not floating, but like getting that company so early and doing nothing with it for like 5 rounds. Like I'm just like looking at like the difference here. Yeah. It's literally the 5 round difference.
I mean, my weaker company is about to jump up ahead of blue in value, which is...
Yeah, I will say, like...
Yeah.
I mean, it's the risk you took with SE, which, to be fair, we kind of talked to you about it, but Like, it's really not common for SCE to literally be held until the earthquake.
It's also not common for yellow to stall out quite that hard, I think. I don't think any company normally gets 2 trains over multiple purchases.
Okay. So SFA runs C to Terra Nova. I don't know why I upgraded this. This was a dumb upgrade.
Oh, I'm dumb. Yeah, I shouldn't have upgraded the C. I should have upgraded this and tagged it. Oh well, whatever. I forgot that got upgraded to 2 slots. When I upgraded, I would have blocked you with that just to stop you from doing what you're doing.
That would have been big.
You didn't even. That's what I wasn't even thinking of it. I would have done that had I known.
13.
Damn.
I mean, the ultimate outcome, like I'm getting 180 on this run. If I had run this to here, 14. So it's a
you're getting an extra 90, an extra 100.
Yeah, but I'm no longer hitting here. So I guess it's a 60 increase.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
And it's still a misplay.
Those are the types of deltas that are important when we're playing from behind like this. You know.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yep. That was a misplay on my part.
So I'm running for 180 payout.
I was so invested in my own thing. I forgot to thicket blocks because
honestly, I didn't even see it. I wasn't thinking about it. Otherwise, I'd have said something too.
Yep, like I said, I honestly the S was just it got upgraded from a single to a single. I forgot it turned into a double. Shit. Well, any chance we did have, Guerric, I think just melted away.
I didn't think we had a chance anyway.
I don't think so either, but that small smidgen of a chance I felt like I might have had just evaporated.
This has felt alarmingly callable for a while now.
100. I agree. I mean, I think this is honestly callable 2 rounds in. I think it all went to shit whenever Lily fell apart. And then
I did fall apart. It was great.
I mean, it was just it was Alan's Alan just could run away with it once Lily fell apart because Lily essentially gave him 2 companies that he could float at any point, or I guess 1 because of the way this game works.
Yeah, I don't know.
He shouldn't have had that second one.
I don't know how much of it was Lily going bankrupt and how much of it was just the auction. I don't know if we just lost the auction.
I mean, I think the auction was the biggest thing. I do think that you 2 both floating 2 companies, it worked out okay for you, Guerric, but it was still put you in a precarious position.
I definitely think it was a risky thing for me to do, and I should have gone with my original plan, because if I had been able to push the trains faster, which is what I was hoping for, I feel like a lot of the stability that Alan got out of the early game wouldn't be there.
I don't know how to push trains hard
because I needed green. I needed green really bad, and so had Lily been able to do that, I wouldn't have been as stagnant as I was either.
Yeah. I'm happy to call it if you guys want to call it.
I think it's a good time to call it, and then we should play it again next week now that we all know better. It's fresh in our minds.
But I mean, the reality is the next OR SFA picks up the 12H.
Yep.
In the SR, I pick up at least 1 more share, probably one of the SFAs that just got dropped.
I mean,
and I think my share value just
11, 12
drives it
because
away.
Suddenly was it the SFA goes from here to here.
Yeah. And Alan's just had control of the capital since round 2 or 3.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, God, the Real is just so damn good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, especially when you got this one, people should have been fighting over it more.
Well, I mean, literally, SR1, I had enough money to buy somebody else's stock.
Yeah.
That in itself was commanding.
Yeah, it really just came down to I made the choice not to play the red trapped up here game again because I played it recently. And in the process, giving you red plus the teleport meant that you just had no downside to having to go into red. and my experimental position has been okay, but not that good.
I mean, even without the teleport, like, I don't feel like Garibaldi up here, if this gets trapped out, I feel like you can just go to Palermo without really too much downside.
No, don't you remember? I spent literally the whole game last time building that route, and I got it on like the final turn of the game or something.
Yeah, I guess. I just, like, I feel like because I didn't want to make the connection, there's been several turns I didn't take a tile lay. But I feel like a lot of times, what is it? RCS is incentivized to also reach out because they want to be able to potentially token Messina as well. So if you have two players working together to make that connection, it happens. But I don't know. I feel like RCS was in a really weird spot being last draft.
It was in a weird spot. And honestly, I don't have a good grasp of the pace of this game at 4-player. Like 3-player, it feels right.
It kind of zips.
At 3-player, it goes by at a really nice pace. Like there's a little bit of a stall at the start, but then just like the floodgates open. At 4-player, that's never happened for me. It always gets into these weird grindy positions, and I don't know how to play around it.
I think part of it, honestly does revolve around the 20% share, because I think you get into this weird position where you can't afford to start a new company, or there isn't a company that you can par, and you don't want to buy other people's shares because it unlocks the 20% for somebody else. It's just literally one more person purchasing into shares means there's fewer shares to go around.
Yeah, see, that's why like I just said, fuck it, I'm going to give Lily, who's in the worst position, my 20% of my company, because one, it doesn't hurt me for Lily to have it, and two, Lily buying it got me enough to buy my next train, which I knew I was losing my 6-8.
Yeah, I think it was totally the right move for you. I was in the more awkward position of the person after me was Alan, so I couldn't open anything up.
Actually, maybe there's an argument to this. Maybe maybe Pat's playing it right. Like, you as the owner of the company are looking for that last minute infusion of cash to ensure you can get a permanent. Maybe you want to incentivize somebody else to buy your 20% share.
I mean, only if the timing was perfect. And like if the timing wasn't perfect, it's just limiting the potential of your company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't like this one as much as the other ones we've played.
You do not?
I don't think I like this one as much as like it's fun. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not like I didn't enjoy it, but I think I like the other ones better.
I have liked my 3-player plays of this astronomically more than my 4-player plays. There we go.
Yeah.
I feel like the map is so small and restricted. Like we're all on the edges. There's nothing going through the middle.
Yeah.
It felt like I was playing a bunch of like single-player games. We were competing for the stocks more than anything else. Whereas like the other ones, I feel like we're actually still like interacting and working together to build tracks a little bit.
It is. This is more so a game that takes place over here and less so over here. The stuff that happens over here is mostly consistent from game to game. Like there's some timing considerations of who gets what and how that affects over here. But I think mostly it's a game of timing the train purchases, balancing your issuing and purchases, and manipulating the share prices and stuff.
Maybe it's also just I didn't enjoy it because I felt like I did nothing while the game was decided, basically. I sat there not making money, doing nothing because I couldn't do anything.
That is also one of the reasons I like it at 3-player more, is because it zips by. You don't have as that protracted issue the way it was here.
I will say too, at 3 players, you wouldn't have been stuck with just IFT. You would have had the opportunity to open up other companies, do other things.
Yeah, and IFT would have just sat there while I did something else until it became green.
Yeah.
Because again, the problem is because it wasn't one of the bottom 2, like it just sunk. Like its value dropped after turn after turn after turn.
I feel like,
and like thank God I started at 100, because if I didn't, I would have been down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like IFT does have a habit of going down at least a turn or two, because it doesn't have like all the only routes it has are like too awkward to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to go through two mountains or hope for this.
As soon as you hit greens, though, like ideally, you just upgrade the C and then can lay SCE, or Garibaldi lays SCE, and then you upgrade the green and run.
Yeah.
But I do feel like IFT as an early game company, you just need the train rush to happen quickly.
Yeah, for sure.
So I needed to be the one to pull the. I needed to pull the trigger. I needed to be the one to grab that. If I didn't have that token or someone else with like you did, like Lily having it, I should have went with my gut and passed and let Lily have this company. It would have been better for her, sure. But like I was useless with it. I mean, like I would have rather.
You were gonna pick up a Kragus though.
So the other thing that I was gonna the thing that I never the thing I was thinking about hours ago, and I never said it out loud, is I think Lily was in such desperate straits, literally just needed a couple dollars at one point to make it work. I think she would have gladly let you buy her company
for early on. Yeah. Maybe that is what I should have asked. Actually, when I started struggling here, I'll buy it for 40.
Like I never had a reason to do it because I could just run Messina all day long. But I think that as soon as we hit green, you should have been bargaining with Lily to get that from her, and I think she probably would have taken you up on it.
I don't know. It feels kind of like in 36 if you're trying to get somebody to buy your minor because you're behind or something. Like it's not necessarily a good move for Lily. It's just trading a rock for a hard place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I think it would have been the difference in between SFA failing and SFA being able to get off the ground.
Remember, she was $1 short from buying that 4 train, and then that $1, that 4 trains were gone by the time she couldn't afford the 6H.
Well, the 4 train she wouldn't have been able to do because you can't actually buy in the during green or during yellow. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering the timing.
I don't think the timing was generous enough.
Oh, that's fair. But I mean, I thought you could sell it between players, even though it's not buying it in.
No, it's...
Yeah, it can only ever be bought by a company.
Oh, I see. It was okay. I misunderstood.
Okay, I'm in that case. I'm definitely misremembering the whole situation. So whatever.
I don't know. I had fun. I still think I don't know that I like this game at 4-player. I think I really like it at 3. I don't think I like it at 4. But
if you're wanting just another playthrough with Pat, maybe if you want, I can just bow out next week.
No, we can play something else. I'd rather play with everyone.
We could if we want more incremental practice, we could play 46. I can do it every few months.
Again, it doesn't have to be incremental. Right. I think I enjoyed the non-incremental more because it let me strategize more, whereas this one it was like, oh, I don't have my 60% float. Okay. And then there was like other strategies. Maybe it's because I had to adapt and it was different.
I will say this game, the money is very intentionally tight. Everything's super expensive, but you're given very little ground to make that up. That's kind of just the concept of 49. Don't think that all incremental games fall like this.
I mean, 46 isn't super different. It's the money's tight, less so because like everything's awful and you're just like trying to keep up, and more so because it's basically an optimization engine builder and you're just trying to be as efficient as possible to make your engine run as well as possible. But the concept is the same. You're investing your money as optimally as possible to get your engine going and get that feedback loop started.
Yeah. I will say, like other games, I don't feel like the waterfall auction often determines a winner. In this game, I think it did.
Yeah.
And I think incremental games probably have that effect more than anything else because
I think that's just a result of having a form of liability in the auction. In this case, it happened to be jockeying for position of priority deal to avoid SFA, but in 30, it's avoiding the BNO. I think the key is just to have something bad that people are fighting to not get.
I think the problem, though, is also that on top of we were so focused on that, we let someone have pick the top one for the price, whatever the 8, and it just happened to be the best company on top of having the teleport. Like We were so focused on FSA that we were not, or SFA, not FSA. We were like so focused on that no one looked to see what the other side was, the first grab.
Yeah.
And really think of the consequences of that happening.
Getting the token teleport at face value was pretty key.
Yeah. I mean, there was nothing we could do about that. That was Lily pulled the ripcord. You got that no matter what. We shouldn't have let you have that last one. Guerric really should not have had Guerric should have bought that. I'm not blaming
Guerric's
Guerric,
fault.
But Guerric had Guerric hadn't spent anything yet, so Guerric should have probably bought that to stop you from getting both.
Oh gosh. I don't disagree. I think Guerric let me have it at a minimum. I think Guerric let me have it for too cheap. But
yeah,
I don't disagree with Garric's.
No, I don't either. I think him floating 2 companies was also very good. I just think it was more like we had to see what you were going to do.
It was
maybe I should have stayed in and just overbid it just as much as I could, even if I had no money. I don't know.
This is where it's hard for me to understand it because it comes down to the randomness of the company float order.
It does. Yeah. I do think that Real being on Garibaldi just makes things a little wild and goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only other one that I think would have been like that is RCS.
Can you imagine if it was SFA?
So the first game we played of this was SFA, and Guerric ended up with it. But here's the thing: we let him get it for almost a. He might have gotten it at the 150. I think we were treating it like we treat the standard B&O.
Yeah, I think we played it like the 1830 waterfall.
And you freaking ran away with that game because $150 for $200 worth of value plus an immediate $25 private payout. That doesn't matter that the private goes away.
I also don't think we built the map optimally or pushed trains efficiently that game.
Yeah, I think I started Garibaldi and Caltanissetta because I just didn't know.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't. I think maybe you started Terra Nova and we just built to Caltanissetta. I don't know. We were doing stuff in the middle of the map, which means we were doing things wrong.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that city in the middle should never have a train.
Never.
Honestly, it's pretty bad.
Yeah. So there's all sorts of variables to that game. I don't think we can attribute just to Real, but just
generic.
I agree with you.
Generically speaking, I think that the Real is just a very powerful private that probably needs to be treated as an aggressive bid up situation. I agree that there's an upper limit to it, but I think I disagree on what the upper limit is.
Yeah, I really would have bid it up if I wasn't just going to get stuck with the SFA if I didn't. You know what I mean? It was...
Yeah. I think the PD being where it was, you were highly incentivized to let it go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway. Yeah.
GG.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks, everyone, for watching. We'll be back with Train Games next Tuesday. It sounds like it may not be this one, but doesn't mean you shouldn't play it. It's a good game. It just may be a better game at 3. I don't know. It's a cookie I still haven't quite cracked.
We'll have to try it again at some point.
We definitely will need to try it at 3 because I do think it's a really good game at 3, and maybe it just needs. Maybe we just have to adapt our brains to 4-player and play it differently. I don't know.
I mean, Alan clearly did.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest. I really like this. I feel like I've done fairly well in multiple plays of this game, and I think there's something about this game that my brain just groks, but that's fine.
I need to be able to float storm and attack people and push trains. I can't do it well in this game. It's all about efficiency
I think the way you push trains in this game is by attacking people's early value, which has the inherent effect of giving them money to buy trains.
Right. It's I tried that one game, and it kind of but didn't really work, and
I mean, that's what I did in this game. I ended up that round that I bought a single share from every company. A lot of trains were bought the next round.
It's true. I don't know. Anyway, we'll be back in the future. Have a great one. Catch you next time, everyone. Have a good night.